Good morning, good morning. We're gonna get there. We got some jams to get to today. Hmm, that's strange. Oh, one moment here, guys. See, it's gonna pop up on. Hmm. So what I'm trying to do is put on a second broadcasting feed, essentially. However, when I turn my screen, things happen, and it's gonna cancel out in an hour. Like if I do it like that, the video's gonna be wrong. We're gonna have a jam this morning. I'll try this one more time. Let's see if I can get this thing to work correctly. Maybe I can, maybe I can't. But it's worth a second try. Give me 2 minutes at the most, probably sooner. Do this stuff pretty quick, generally speaking. thing about doing something over and over and over is you're going to learn how it operates, and you're going to be able to do it pretty smoothly and pretty quickly, and all of that works out to being quite darn efficient. And one thing a lot of these individuals in this world is not is efficient. So I do the same thing. Maybe it'll work. Nope, did it again. I'm gonna leave it like that, but that live's gonna go dead in an hour. I'll have to cancel it out sooner. We'll just leave it at that. Oh, thank you for being here this morning. I hope you're doing well. That is broadcasting, that's for sure. And that's broadcasting. Alright. Doing pretty good yourself, DC. What's up, bro? Oh, bro. Cool, cool. What's up, Moon Wave? Found me. Nope. Sweet GT7. We're going to go over some blessings again today. And then we're going to do some good old jamming like we normally do. It's pretty interesting because I've been able to get ready faster and faster. And it's the truth about anything. You do one thing over and over enough, and you're going to be really, really fast at it. I mean, fast, but accurate. Accurate and fast. Not just hasty, not just quick to get ahead or jump ahead or anything like that, but because you know your shit. And resilience in one's own craft and one's own gift and what one is doing, man, I'll tell you what, not much in this world can replace it. I'll tell you that much is for sure. Just organizing a few pages at them on the large side in order. Always good to give a second check before liftoff. Boom, boom. On Rograt. Yeah, man, my videos hit all over the place. I've been on this journey for a while, and I was taking notes in my journals. I wrote my book, got it published. It's on Amazon.com. If you want a free copy, a free PDF copy, boom, etc. SETCHRA. All you got to do is send me an email. Like I said, it is available for download, for to actually purchase a physical copy on Amazon.com. It is published. Though, if you would like a free copy, here's my email. Boom. That easy right there. Moonwave, I've got, I'm gonna do tarot readings, oracle readings after the jam, after the blessings this morning. I'm gonna read blessings from a multitude of languages and ways and forms. And So I've got, if you click my name on my YouTube page, it has a link to my GoFundMe account, and people have been contributing. I've been able to pay for rent and actually eat and have a roof over my head. I literally would be homeless otherwise. I am literally in the current place. Well, shoot, on that account, I'm about 9 months strong on having a roof consistently over my head, like 7 months being able to afford it. I've never afforded. I just found somebody to stay with, hang out with, or whatever, do some good stuff for. They let me stay at their place, whatever, till I find another place. And I had my stuff in storage, and one of my videos went viral, and one thing led to another, and boom, boom, I'm up on my feet, you know. Truly a path I've been following before money was there, and you know, it's good to not have, and it's good to remember, because not being foolish with what one comes to have. That's the key right there. Making the wise decisions and being responsible with those things. And it's something I've been able to maintain a focus on and a grip with. So, yeah, thanks for asking. Oh, when I said jam, you want to follow the jam that I'm going to do. So, ceremonies, rituals, what we're getting down to is prayer. Prayer is communication. I've said this for the past couple of days. I like it. I said it just popped out of my mouth live. If you believe that you pray, if you really believe that your thoughts are going to something and someone, and some miracle pops up in front of you, and you're like, whoa, you didn't write no letter to Santa. You didn't make no phone call. You didn't send no physical apparition happened. But a thought in your head, a concern in your heart sent a message up under something else and they answered it. That's called telepathy. You're a telepathic. You're a magician. You fucking wizard, you. In that regard, the word prayer, ritual, and ceremony, for me, they all get in the way. They get in the way of what I'm doing. What I'm doing basically is I'm communicating, but through my form to in my way of communicating, I'm using a lot of different systems, a lot of different awarenesses, and I'm bringing them all together as one. I've got a coherence of order of bringing these together. However, uh, when the jam kicks off, you're going to hear it all kind of whop together. And that's the jam. It's a jamboree. It's smashing those things together like a good peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And so, in your own space, as I read on, like I have different rhythms for different points. Some might go fast, some might go slow. Some things I add into the jam, some things I take out of the jam. There are different blessings, different blessings being spoken or not spoken is going to add to the overall stew. The recipe, that's the recipe for what we're getting at that time. So just because something's not being used doesn't mean it's not needed. Just might not be the correct ingredient for the application, kind of thing. Um, I can feel the mind wandering, so I'm going to share this and then I'll explain on. I'm kind of waiting for DC if possible. I don't know. I'm going to give as much time as I can because they said they were busy with cooking breakfast and stuff. Maybe I'll get started regardless here in a few minutes, whatever the case. I was Jehovah's Witness for 28 years of my life. My mom, I had a wife, I had daughters, I had family, I had all that stuff, the suit, the paid Cadillac, CTS, you know, the job, all that stuff. My mom passed away, and she started talking to me from the other side of the veil. So, as the loving, honest person I am, I start sharing my truth to everybody, and everybody's like, "Get away from us, you demon!" Which I was in imitation of my mother, and my mother, she could conquer an obstacle, so they didn't want me around anyways. So I took off on my own journey without them sending me away. I took off knowing I wasn't wanted. I shook that dust on my feet, so to speak. And I started learning from all other people in other ways and other forms. And I started seeing that there was much more ways to communicate with loved ones, with experiences I was having with my mom. Like, I'd go to sleep and I'd have a vision of her, and then I'd find out in China, they believe that they know in their custom, in their belief, in their faith, they they know that when a loved one dies, they have an opportunity to have a one-time communication with anybody they love on earth, with anybody of their choosing. They can have a one-time communication, and that communication happens as an astral projection. It's in your sleep state, and their soul gets to come to your soul, and it's like you were really there and you felt it and you knew it, and it was like it was as real as this environment is, but it wasn't flesh. That's astral travel. That's real life that exists. I experienced this without anybody telling me. The most profound experience, and nobody could explain it. And I get into studying ancient Japanese religious ways, and I'm like, holy fuck, I experienced that. So I found truth all over the world, and the only thing I can put together of why that old religion said, "Don't you turn to any other God, you only follow me," is because if you realize you got friends out in this world, that little mug controller, that little jealous, envious little brat ain't gonna have two shits and nothing over you. You're gonna call mom and dad and the whole family and be like, "Look at this bully ass motherfucker." And they're gonna be like, "Oh, hey, Karma and Murphy, we got a special one for you." That's all that requires. But in all of that, I've gathered blessings from around the world, from acknowledging the elements to ancestors, the celestial spheres, the sun, the moon, our own earth, from Sumerian Sanskrit to ancient Japanese, Kemetic, ancient Egyptian. There's different Hindu languages such as Tamil. You know, in India, there's many languages, bro. There's not just one. Oh boy. And so there's a few of those. I've got ancient Chinese. I got old ancient Chinese. I've got some Latin in there. But essentially, they're ordered in that kind of format, and to honor the Divine Father, the Divine Mother, the whole family, and to really wake up the chakras, the energy centers within. That's what really gets us clicking. And that's what I call a jam. I just like to call it a jam to keep it simple, because it doesn't have to be all super special. The best application of enjoying a jam that I do is just closing your eyes. There ain't no direction. There ain't no. Close your eyes. You're gonna have an experience. Um, that's a fact. Yo, from Brazil. Love you, DC. Try not to touch my phone while I make schnitzels. So, where have I been around the world? Well, I know you're asking a very physical question. I've been in America, and I went smidget across the border into Mexico, and I've been in America. I've traveled around. Now, you could believe me or not, you could look at conspiracy theories, you could throw a lot of flim flam, but I'm just going to speak me being me. The way America was set up by the individuals who created it laid out a grid work pattern of the entire world. They mapped the entire fucking world and they patterned it into the American soil as we know it to be. They did this so that they could literally work magic that would actually impact the entire world. Not just an action that would happen where they were, but an action that would ripple throughout the entire earth. Now, when that was set up, there was really good plans for all this. It was all really pure, okay? There's a lot of bad shit that's been done and seen and created in shadows. That was not the original intent. Thus, which us light workers and us healers, when we become aware and we start using that grid, we can actually travel beyond borders that we couldn't get into otherwise. The soul travels faster than light. If it's traveling faster than the speed of light, it's outside of our spectrum of really truly being able to analyze it. We've got some detectors and things like that. Though the soul's ability to travel beyond the speed of light, when you break the speed of light, you break the bonds of time. Your soul does this when you go to sleep because it's free from your body. It uses your body like an egg, okay, for gestation. So it's like it wants to get the fuck out, it wants to get out, it wants to do something, it can't get out there, it gets stuck in the egg, it has to do whatever the mind and body tells it to do. And as soon as we go to sleep, that soul takes off like a motherfucking lightning bolt. Wow. You faster, plasma, whatever you can imagine is fastest thing. It's gone, it's out of there. That changes everything. You can be at one point and you can affect the past, you can affect the future. You can travel to different countries and different places. People say you can't read while you astral travel. That's because you're forcing it. I can read shit plain as day. I can get a straight up message. Send me a fucking note card, a postcard, shit. I'll get it clear as day and pin that shit out. It's because they have blockages in their chakra system and they're up to no good, which is why that shit gets blocked out. But if you got a heart of pure goodness and gold, you're going to see anything and everything of what you need to, of what you need to see to affect a positive change. When you start working with the ET brethren, you could call them gods or angels or whatever names you want, but if you ask me, they're friends from another planet. And they help us all the time. And if I had the ability to go beyond the speed of light, looking at what humans done, I ain't stepping on one foot on that planet. The only way I'm going to make first contact is called telepathy. If you want to call it a prayer or a ceremony or a ritual or a jam or whatever, pick up the damn phone and use it. It's your own damn self. Pick it up. Pick up your own damn self. Nobody's going to come pick you up off the ground. They can give you some supportive words. Hell, they could try to pick you up off the ground, but what you going to do? You're just going to fall right back down. You got to pick yourself down up, make contact. So aligning your chakras, getting your shit together and saying, you know what? I don't like this shitty ass life because I put it together. And what I've done in my past, this is what's going to lead up to my future. So I'm going to change my present conditioning. my present situation. I'm going to create a different outcome. That's it right there, yo. Yeah, pick up the psychic line. Hey, Evie, stop with all the deleting. Just let the comments flow. Let the comments flow a little bit. I mean, pick up the psychic line. I love that comment. Like, that's great. Other comments in there, it's cool. Just let them flow. What kind of dark magic is this? That's acceptable. Wizards are the opposite. I'll take it. Leave it. You're your absolute muppet. Leave it. I don't give a fuck. Let them say the shit, Evie. Sorcery is evil. I don't give a fuck. Go ahead. Let it be. You know what? Evil, spell it backwards, spells Live. I live. You could flop evil up inside and down. You could say all you want about, oh, don't do anything bad, all that wicked stuff. But the worst atrocities come from people's envy and jealousy, not a ghost, not witchery. It comes from people's direct jealousy and envy. It don't take sorcery. It don't take no magical spell. It don't even take a candle to make that shit happen. It just takes somebody not liking you and being jealous of what you have because they don't have it. That's all that takes. Shoot. Uh, but thank you, Evie. Thank you, Evie. I appreciate you very much. Don't get me wrong. Oh. Well, Forsaken Kings, I'm right there with you on the heat. The heat's been rolling through, and I got a candle always going in my room. Look, if I can afford, if I am receiving donations literally to be able to keep a roof over my head, I'm going to keep the lights on for you. The candle is always lit. So I don't care what the temperature is, that candle stay lit. And I could turn off the light or the coffee pot or whatever, but that candle, it's still sending out that additional heat. Sweet, differently created. He was talking about his crystals on his wrist and in his pocket. Oh yeah, there you go, bro. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. How do you connect with your own chakras? I want to say that's Ava, but AVE 21 210 26. Actually, we're gonna do that. I'm in my 40s. I keep trying to forget, but people keep asking. I'm 41. I'm 41. You want to be specific? I'm 41. But I feel like I'm 14 every day of my life. It doesn't matter. I used to feel 5. I'm closer to 14 now. I'm responsible, don't get me wrong. But we're gonna read some ancient words of power here. These are from all over the world. These are legitimate words of power. It's 5:36. So by 5:45, so at the most, what would that be? 9 minutes? I'm spitballing it here. So at 9:45, we're gonna start that. Um, on the 45 mark, because it's 5 a.m. where I am, so whatever time it is where you are. And we're going to go over these blessings. These, at the onset of it, we're literally speaking from 3 different regions of the world, 3 different ancient languages and words of power. That's 4 different verbal systems of activating each chakra in the body. And there are 9 primary chakras. Yes, there are more. People talk about that, so forth and so on. Yes, there are more, but there are 9 primary. The 2 that they don't talk about is there's one at the back of your heart, and if you reach back behind your skull, there's a knot in the back of your skull. That's your jade gate. And your jade gate allows you to bypass time and space when you meditate. The activation of chakras and the abilities come through with uh, with essentially that activation, that alignment. All the other words that I'll be speaking, reading, I should say, are blessings of Divine Mother, Divine Father, the family protectors, all the sorts on a positive, protective level. And so we're literally going to do that, Ava, if you're still here. I appreciate people who don't believe the way I believe, and I appreciate people who completely reject what I believe, and I'm going to explain to you why. Somebody who believes what I believe, then they are actually active and challenge me in what I do. People who do not believe in what I do, then they are no challenge, because if they do not believe in it, then they will not pick up an ability to confront it. Therefore, what I can do is unopposed. It's beautiful what you can learn going back thousands of years, and you can be anything you want to be. Hello, my friend, fellow. Your mind may be a little curious, still pleased to go delirious as we follow this harmonizing chorus, tantalizing that inner force. You can be anything you want to be, and you can dream up anything you desire to imagine. Your mind is the key, opening the heart to see, allowing the unity of both thought and deed. You know, you do. You know, you're an electromagnetic being. Anything you want can be pulled towards you, and anything you don't want can be repelled away from you. You can do anything. You can be anything. What do you want to be? Do you want to make it to the stars, to the moon one day? You can do that. Focus on what you love and do it every day, and you're gonna be the fastest, the best, the smartest. Ain't nobody gonna have an edge on you because you're gonna work on it every day, every day, every day, while everybody else is out partying, slothful, angry, bickering, all the others making money, doing all these things. They chasing everything, but you know what they're not doing? They're not improving their self. And you, what are you doing? Putting yourself in the gym every day. And the gym is whatever you like to do, whatever your passion is, whatever your heart of joy is, living one vibrational energy. Doing that every day increases your legitimate power that emits from your body. There's actual science, technological machines that they can measure energy that radiates and comes from the body itself. Legit science. And when we do certain things which are holistic, helpful, loving, and good to our bodies and our minds, this energy can actually extend its range even further. And the further and further we extend our range of our energy, the more people we can actually help, because it's a magnetism. It's an electronic magnetism. That's the spark of life, because you yourself are the tree of life. You're the tree of life. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You've been eating from a tree of knowledge and good and bad. You didn't even realize. You are the tree that is life itself. This device, that computer, these technologically things, they don't got a pumping heart, no human to keep them going. They're going to shut down eventually. We got heart. You are a living organism. You are living. And you don't need to be plugged into the wall to charge, but it's amazing how you're a magician. Well, how am I a magician? Well, you turn elements into gold. How do I turn elements into gold? Hmm. Gold would be something that enriches our life exponentially. You go outside and you can't see the elements in the air, but because you get in sunlight, you get this thing called vitamin D, and it actually makes your body healthier and feel better. Your skin literally ate and drank a substance and improved your health. I'll call that transmutation. That's a magician. Don't even got to try. You are natural. Anyways, we're going to jump into it. Is 5:43, 2 minutes. All right, we got 2 minutes, a minute and a half. Omar K. Zara said, please answer. So I said, I want to know why all the things on your face, just that one. Let's see if there's any more to it. I want to understand and know a lot we can do. See if there's any other questions there. It's kind of broken up, but I'll give it a go. I'll give it a whirl for you, bro. All right, so there was one comment that said you don't need to dress up to be spiritual. And then there was the other Omar, I believe was the name. It's like, why are you essentially dressed like that? What's to get up with your face and all this stuff? Got a minute here. And so the reason why is because on Halloween, October 31st, we dress up. Do you know why we dress up in scary outfits? You're not supposed to be all pretty and happy. It's supposed to be a scary outfit. Halloween means you get dressed up in a scary outfit. Wow! But we're not scary. We're just like happy little kids. We just look scary. Got a costume on. Okay? We do this to scare away bad spirits. So I'm like, hold on a second. So people do this one time out of the year. They dress up scary to scare away bad spirits, spirits that would hurt and harm their life. They only do it once a year, one night, not a month, not a week, just one night. I said, I'm gonna do that shit every day. I'm gonna do that shit every fucking day. Then bad spirits can stay the fuck away from me. Thank you. And guess what? Stupid motherfuckers dressed as human. I'm not saying you, but stupid ones dressed as human. Guess what? They got bad spirits in them, and they don't come fuck with me no more. They don't do it. It doesn't happen. Who knew? By scaring away the bad spirit, you scared away the human that was attached to it. That's some gold to take with you. Put that in your pocket. Alright, I've got my candle over there lit up, but I got a secondary candle here. So a little tip if you'd like it. Is that if you have a candle going, it's important to use a proper fuel source. And so, like, generally, the lighter, even though, you know, it's in my atmosphere, gaining the positive vibes and everything, generally, what I'll do is I'll light up another stick or rod or incense or something. I'll light that with the lighter, and then from that, that's what I use to light my candle. Generally speaking, I don't always hold up to that, but I'd say about 95% of the time I do. Alright, we're getting started here. I know I'm a few minutes late. We're going to be 5 minutes late. And if you are watching on this side of TikTok, I do have another live going concurrently on the shorts side of things, on the short video side of things. So, but if you go to my channel, it'll have the other video. But this one may just cancel out mid-reading. But once I start reading, like if it's something pops up on the screen, I'm not going to reach out to it or be distracted by it. So just to let you know, if you're on this particular screen, if you're over here on this screen, everything's groovy. You're good there. Thank you, Realist. I appreciate that. Okay, I'll give a. Actually, I appreciate that because I'm going to stretch before I start reading. I'm going to be folded up for about an hour. Excuse me. For the maximum effect, all you gotta do is close your eyes. Circle now, we conjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be between the world and men we know, and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve, contain it in thy spirit, to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together for us one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and wand and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. Rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their boughs and cause, having their arms. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do his battle. Spirits of darkness, arising with the powers of Gwyn Vael, fight the blight that's bedarkened night in our right. Kia Kampa, Ziana Kampa, Zidinget, Kia Kampa, Zidinget, Anakampa. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head, go on, answer my most urgent plea, most graciously, through matrimony, most harmoniously, through a loving family. Rinnozi Sekiwe was Amputura, the head Hirusha, and Jusirukai Gorikutishin was more Hafratsu, the set the doors I paid to Hudip Sharkins and Asalaman. Basharamantaya Suwakum, Bashamanantaya Svarn, Nuranina, Nuranina, Nuranaran, Dumba Motion Shinshron, Onishanaya, and Tariasua, Commissionaya, and Trayasva, Engon Bambim Bron, Jitrashi, Patarno Suwagum, Jitrashi, Yatrashi, Varanatsva, Rudadi, Kringon Doning Trung, Shong Kring Kong, Hong Chong Shing Shurong, on Haya Bashramantaya Suwakum, Haya Bashmantaya Swaha, Za, Hrimon Konting Krung, Ona Makusana Mana Dartin Karnum Namahasamanta Bashharam Ham, Uhahi Haru, Kringon Konting Krung, Onanai, Maya Suwakum, and Yaya Mayaswa. Shipping on Kong on Hino Kisharakai by Soba, Comchito, Hitch and Dogajiba Taspa, Hanunenunamnin and Nav, cutting on Pumpkin Prong, on Chiarichi Batayas Wagom Shijai Baratayas Vaha, Hung Granting Grung. On Abashal no Suwagoman Cardi Buba Pipo Bear Bork Bork Obedubo Bear Ongamen Renos is a few way was a putura the head Herusha Hensurukai Gorkutijin was ma Hatoratu set the toes I paid the two deep shokins in a sarmen. Parashukushu Baruru Gilma Kabal Mabu La Bo Pagogena Rabobol Golan Barik was Sharbok Stand Bolas Haruba Prik when Belulu Mosha Nebu Puni Ugin accompanied Belulu Ugolo Helor Barishu Gelog Bo Gilma Mashi Goris Luma Bo Moruka Rageziku Gima Kampra Namru Bakalamus Ukina Givilanu Shashumashnana Sorolim Parmaratu Zizi Machina Arnura Armanki Dumutuku Ratiki Lugur Si Dorkin Mangai for Nenege Neberu Gari Namtalaku Banutu Kutuku Kakumashkar Sana Sagani Mashti Sharu Malapa Kakartag Namtalaku Banutu Kutuku Kakumashkar Sana Sagani Mashti Sharu Malapa Kakadag Lugador Marata Bor Martu Korakurius Saruludu Panmaskim Tutu Deriku Gim Lugadan Makia Barutuku Natalu Godar Makia Panrabishu Saruli Muna Banatatu Sari Mashakarhanu Sulumoran Tarbo Gibir Balagnatar Madu daga tuku mashmashti sore mashana korso gori mashados serapeki kurpadudu para de zuzu kampalu galob de bor akin bore kingu baradi moaru kakudamu minoam gashtig sera parikuba para zuzu kanpa We are all Soronofus whom is found perfect before the Nathanumadeva Kamiyal Shinyu. We have said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying rose is as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will. And the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our heart, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also triumphant, even also Ronophus, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with the body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal you. We are the Lord of life, we are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester in matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciliator with the eternal you. We are the protector of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Huri, making victorious assault over his enemies on the night that of battle, and of making the fettering of the Sabal, day that of destroying the enemies of Nebar Tashar, the night of making this to stand the Jed and Jedjetu, salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being who comes as to Huri. Thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Our heart belongs to you. Asturi Samakarara Sara Kepta Kurpuin or Bo and Arit Salt Sabo Herupu and Haptem to Captain never to share Kurpuin so Hojarm Jetu and Eshrat and Tetmut Netari Tab to Armatu Netrapaya Barni to Abarni to Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all said our heart is keen, from darkness to be released, to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with Aru's plan, that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kenemeton Ketrum loves us. Protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace. So be it. Also, Ronovras will confirm. Lady Olset and Nev Olsor Abi, shining bright, support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight. Arising from below and descending from above, penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Lilikim Linush Kirilesh Taxara Petumar Tekur Tekur Telikur Nigish Liba Ya Luhan Mesh Ergin Mesh Sharilu Sayan Sayamila Ora Tur Tur Mukjirsha. Isaya Riega Riega Biasha Biasha Zirika Zirika Tupiera Laka Isaya Riega Limutu Kiurun Kima Kutri Tilisha Miena Zumria Isaya Ina Zumria Riega Ina Zumria Biesha Ina Zumria Zirika Ina Zumria Tupiera Ina Zumria Layad Laka Ina Zumria La Tatara Ina Zumria La Tatexi Ina Zumria La Tatakaruba Ina Zumria La Tasarnika Nisha Mashkap Tulu Tamtu Niish and Kibergi Mori Lutamatunu Niish Marluk Mashmashalani Lutamatunu Ish Gishwari Kamikorno Lutamatunu Inazumri Ali Lutabrasama Ya Aruna and Ibar Nimni Ba Perik Ba Kabaiz Zakabaiz Ba Kabora Bar Kabor Ba Kabaiz Zakabaiz Ba Kabora Kabor Ba Kabaiz Zakabaiz Ba Perik Ben and Nimni Ba Runen Ya Korbori ya rim by gore ya rim by gore ya ki yaksakaki ki yasakudi ki yasoru ki tulu ya Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarukani Yega Hrim Hrim Patsvaha Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Maim Vajravarukani Yega Hrim Hrim Patsvaha Om Shrim Hrim 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 Maim Vajravarukani Yega Hrim Hrim Patsvaha Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Maim Vajravarukani Yega Hrim Hrim Patsvaha Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Maim Vajravarukani Yega Hrim Hrim Patsvaha Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Hrim Maim Vajravarukani Yega Hrim Hrim Patsvaha Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Hrim Maim Vajravarukani Yega Hrim Hrim Patsvaha Anushu Obama Gib Gatsuki Shargiga Gorshartis Saramata Yading Gorut Kalamas Nikudin Garmina Guriunan Franiku Kariasha Shukmur Utu Diana Kampasiki Kampakalu Bara Namtar Bara Shakbara Gimbara Lord Bara Telol Bara Maskim Bara Uruk Bara Ita Bara Laratu Bara Lalasu Bara Karu Bara Uruku Bara Kikolor Bara Lili to Bara Uruk Soladin Nazul Ala Soladin Nazul Yagim Soladin Nazul Mula Soladin Nazul Inga Soladin Nazul Maskim Soladin Nazul Bara Adin Nazul Ziana ziki kumpa munusik sikag baraye nanagi shashorgi shnuarma shazikar baraye zikar shupar nai sharma zaga namsar yenin dariye shaki orguhag parmindu Dianam dia sarasavito mandaya varapinariana saji sirisana sani vista kiora parmakolo kura van kariti hari haran maya paputor sang kakaran namaskaran mantra om hramitra yart namaha om hrim ravar yart namaha om hrim surya yart namaha om hrim barnav yart namaha om hram kagari yart namaha om hre prusne namaha om hram harang bar hari namaha om hrim mari hari namaha om hrim mari yart namaha om hrim savitra namaha om hram Karika namaha om hram maskare namaha Om Hram Hrim Hrum Hrim Hram Hra Sri for Sori Yana Yarna Maha Parasipya Yasas Namaskara Neko Pranta Dina Dina Ayo Prasham Palampyam Teshas Tesam Kaja Yarte Om Krang Kring Krum Kring Monkey Ruga Sor Hang Kring Bong Shamashaka Shapia Kashaptia Episha Mushka Pishtia Kimatin or Kutoshuna Limli Shulu Lizurbuira Tuku Epitashur no kimamena duinati kiri tu shunuli mutumana kulu blui shunuli ni shurmana kulu ordinin shunuli ti shurmana kulu tari tarama shaluti sharka sharapti sharushi re pushu shupi arki shur puyush sinigor koko sherba kampabang kebikera kibil kasu mani yanduru tu steshir lani olmani yarki kispar yazi ringer kara kampa enki matu korsemito hisabu bana shamtoruina hai kisparam pagi bil bagiara siaga kampak kamanur no sharu yuling kanushi sharu yuli la kunushi sharu yulini kunushi sharu yuli kunushi sharu yuli ter kunushi sharu yulini kunushi sharu yulina kunushi sharu yuli katin kunushi sharu yudan ali kununim kutina zumli ali tabrasama Agama saratu isma sarati sharmushi lip shururu chishalim nutisi zanima yolani rabuti shimaya rabaradi dina alati limra osi kumushi olani muusharti yamasarati isma sarati ba isma saratu agama saratu yamasaratu keravarmoni shamashkari yamasaratu ziki yakampa para kolomona nefti yashatabara masaratu bara Vishnu Om Klim Snar Vertnam Hom Sam Kumberari Artnam Hadu Mutev Kubera Nebukor Huder Pompri Viratu Bumidev Yametandu Mutev Nukse Keru Maria Kirana Tev Saran Tari Nekev Tasu Kwariete Terte Semerson Morsiri Utuk Sultra Tata Isara Hom Amisanari Arnam Hom Imam Dry Artnam Ha Kumil Snef and Draum Tejas Datu Agnaya Metan Kobisnov Nukse Kesartana Om Zex Tentakis Wexaka Kartek Ananeka Bektag Nekus Reser Tev Saruna Bek Merkola Kutulu Tata Lakla Aniom Namagnari Yartam Home Mari Yartam Harpi Yarmoma Saratu Tare Yamatan Happy no Kapi Sekosoromanum Sex Tesectep Hui Nek Erte Ikortana Nek Tepta Murmatu Yanu Yan Gineri Tiraxason Samraxari Yatnam Home from Forunari Yatnam Haim said Varuna Umpalutatus Ramalaya Metanim said no Kim said Sekasaranam Sexuru Napaek mensepsonu tuni kupete ramautu nurata sepsiding garana compositing garkia composum peo by yam viol verd mahamor city morkala molu mormatu sitting garana compositing garkia compautu sutorata kutulu tata laga saktu titakala yardu yan levian giga sampeo prim barbar nen namaha pramu nebu mahatum saratu tesraya metan kebranu pakabram kebru nebem kebrashe kebru and pemrao moru azatu titakala nesratin nebu mahajo jatatu sarmas fateo muketet sek strategy nebanadu defesu Om Hrim Hrom Surya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Chandra Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Mangal Namaha Om Shrim Bamburi Namaha Om Hrim Brahmaspati Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Shukura Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Samshanachari Namaha Om Hrim Rover Namaha Om Hrim Ketuver Namaha Japkusum Samkarsham Kashyapya Mahadayutim Tamorim Sarva Papagnam Pranatis Mindivakaram Dadi Shankatu Charbam Kishwarta Nava Sambhavam Namami Shishatnam Somam Shambor Mukur Tabu Sharanam Dharani Garvasam Putam Veri Yudkanti Samaprabham Kumaram Shanti Hastam Tamagalam Pranamamyaham Priyangu Karalika Sharamam Ruperna Pratimam Burham Somyam Somya Guno Pertham Tamburham Pranamamyaham Devaram Chari Shirnam Jaguram Kanchana Sani Pamburi Butam Trilokesham Tam Namami Pariaspatim Himakuntamrin Nahala Pamde Yarnam Paramam Korum Sarvasa Srapravataram Pargapam Pranamamiam Nelanjana Samapasam Ravi Putram Yamagrajam Chacharya Matanda Sampur Tam Tam Namami Sanasaram Avakarya Mahavir Yam Chanardijam Vimardaram Smika Garbasam Putam Tamrahum Pranamami Hampalasha Puspasam Karsham Taraka Grahama Sakam Rorom Roramakam Goram Tam Ketum Pranamami Hamam Brahma Morari Tripura Kari Panu Shashi Bhumi Surta Burasha Gurusha Shukrasha Garu Tu Sarva Graha Mama Supara Patam Kurume Sharti Shakti Shakti Ambor Vas Foram Tata Vitor Van Yamal Kota Vasya Dirama Hidi Godiono Pachudayan Om Tata Swaha Haryana Swaha Nanasing 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 Yanam Rasi Tiasini Yanana Basaman Gana Saya Kia Kampa Magavati Yanana Kampa Mashrita Nanazia Kampaya Magia Kamagia Sagastera Kia Shtagluish Nabu Guru Nabu Guru Nabu Guru Nabu Korios Morkorios Yastroktu Yankartu Yazir Nabos Morsasi Forlias Kanpasus Hakashin Kalas Kampa Nabos Hathanatos Kampa Yagashia Salashia Kakulamani Yashia Markali Stari Bari Stari Bari Stari Bari Yagushiria Yarnana Yarnania Ashtapa Barcha Kareni Yaramelo Yakshir Stari Kampai Nanas Yarma Kampabis Harma Kampaya Bezir Azulurki Shimashutudu 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 Yadur Yazulurki Sakatamari Yayatarech Yatarech Yatarech Ubertala Kartamarnia Kanpaziting Rudu Yakan Paziting Rushtu Yakan Pazishta Zidaraku Zida Bella Dukan Payash Takan Payano Gormasabaru Nargomasabaru Nargomasabaru Yanor Yarzi and Gakan Payaring Yaring Yaring Yazin Yarnin Yakanpa Karya Kantala Makia Tarakampa Marukumun Padu Marukumun Padu Marukumun Padu Sigale Ardagia Gatia Magba Pornesia Marukuku Yatuku Sorim Sugorim Zarim Zagorim Magsana Sana Kana Parleuku Ninib Kamanu Yarduki Andara Yazi Patuba Lubal Kubel Kerikuba Gagakampa Dozi Exazag Bazag Baron or Seliganu Shugamiki Gapsuki Shariga Goshadi Saramara Yading Guru Kalamas and including Garni Abguru next running Kukariasha Shubur Kutu Ushovalshini Precious Tasso Manjushaj Vagranato Makoni Parani del Viu Varti Prandiaranu Vratham Sharasi Vishvaharde Devikari Yanga Namaha Karyarni Mahamaria Mahamaria Mahayogi Yaneshwari Nangsur Tam Devi Parti Mekuru Namaha Isero Storte Diana Hecate de Meta Karyarnana Kichimanito second the ton Ombor Barbaswa Tasavator Varian Barco the Vasianti Mahidion Prachudaya Ipsos Quarnashan Tatoro Tatora Taro Totora Roto Brahata Bra Humanity harna nos runar buoti poret keru karhim herhen keter posut merkore perdu men ket kapus norshor market ket ner ben no fruit war ber ket nos ring dia kin her jet mi ketar mundra and kaln humanity duanos roha mun ker porja ser se kim per mo nebu se hena se que Maria nebu anus for betai kupteura amesur mue sancta esikirien nem kemoe Hernoer buore ma nevurur ma hakoru ernserschmesser nehue ma haere ker sikim herpubaem bae hari makarsa ser hierna sauesier mai tari arvi urtier ke kuarnek bakim nos ru porti arkar nos ru wama hanos yarti erna hech jar Imrek merbi orzjorti kermokeru rek nerbu wasarmu hemisferti shali nufur ner imerne amakutek. Malapa kakadaglu gador marata kabor adu kakudamo adu kakudomo sarai masgaranu erkingu bararimu erkiku bararimu saru masgaranu waru kakudamo lugaran marata kabo malapa kakadagu adu kakudamo sarai masgaranu erkingu bararimu adu kakudamo lugaran marata kabo malapa kakadagu. Om Trambagam Yasama Hey Subam Dimpusti Varharam Orva Rukami Babanath Yor Muksheri Yartier Namaha Rim Rim Hum Hum Chum Chum Krum Krum Mahu Jerike Chum Krum Krum Rim Shrim 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 Hum Hum Rim Rim Shrim Shrim Chum Chum Krum Kujika Kurjika Kurjika Krum Shrum Shrum Hum Hum Mama Rea Hagri Fora Nanuk or Wasikin Holeum Shukrayat Nam Home Shum Shrim Hrim Basrama Dehi Sukray Svaha Kring 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 Kali 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 Hum Svaha Sarva Bista Merdehi Mama Hakari Get Namha Om Nariyarna Virmahe Vasudeva Yadir Mahitano Vishnu Prachurayat Om Devakanandanarya Virmahe Vasudeva Yadir Mahitana Krishna Prachurayat Om Dharposharya Virmahe Sasracharya Mahadevar Yadir Mahitano Ruvar Prachurayat Om Akarantharya Virmahe Vakratunarya Yadir Mahitano Danti Prachurayat Om Kahyanyay Virmahe Kanya Morya Yadir Mahitano Dorika Prachurayat Om Vegdevriyai Cha Virmahe Kamaracharya Dharmahi Tanu Devi Prachurayat Om Mahadevriyai Cha Virmahe Vishnu Patnyai Cha Dharmahi Tanu Lakshmi Prachurayat Sanking Jo Julantian Jun Sanching Jo Ju Wolantin Jun. Om Bram Brahar Nam Sirharye Brahmim Fartum Virmanarye Virmahe Haranya Garbarya Der Mahitano Brahma Prachuraya Rom Chatur Mukharye Virmahe Hamasuru Darya Der Mahitano Brahma Prachuraya Om Hrim Shrim Krim Sosa Chikam Brahma Om Brahma Shashnana Pratharam Purusar Vihi Mata Purusho Vinavaha Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devu Mahaswara Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Prashme Shri Gurave Namaha Usek nebhet ketfediam kaibina horororiar im ketneboset kesutu nezor karti rafa pasti taratui orem snef orem besek nemhat kanemius ortius utu ormenti orantu hororu kermius kerkeru nekernu kermelti arate bepsera keru neberu sekritu nebabui tim tim sepu ari mepef ayu chakarki nehem nefer chesar tepanef charampu Tramprem tor Tibusi Floriti Nariti Vingiator Vingentor Moda Margi Seshefergi Althor Nori Torman Hiakomoskelotons Kjorbia Piare Yat Giorto Fin Fred Leif Wordin Wordin Frigieta Frider Teg Berterkis Vierte Herrengesir Gas Vertegs Vertarix Berterk Baltor Brand Fioter Kof Roti Från Vanikar viskar versi rör som skjorfrede lev skortingskerfiserming jarnvinskafjun av vad herran korn kusen kurvoski ormi berfirdi befindi svirvas tre Georg fjorten jar hevker mies vor kontra fjom primbotur sirtior fridusig rig vi Moshpionne for Heimelberg König och Gabriel Dori med Bori Bopes och Ortin Ville Ves Sort Munkon Belgia med Osri Vestri Nordri Modri Sordri Midgard Asator Norfi Night Langla Pari Oda Nori Jorterling och Desken Faxe Him Fraxi Sleipner Monder Der Vilvone Sol of Bok As Vin Bir Hjorki Berger Serg Simildor finsko harti horminisian jan vid jori dar vorklad shenven gov motorsniadorin nai ner vid nordri sudri osri vestri ati falling, nor nerping den bifro bol for bombor nor jori och nor oin morvid ner zingandar Vindar storin virli kirli fondin valley droin tek lit virter na rek radsvin drobna drogsvari hor hogstari herlov groin Tori ori tu van vari hepti vili hor silri orbi lil lufo skirti vipil scarfine orf erkis gerti for frosti finkin no jagdresia werverdandi skåd breda gredningar riemen björg varla sket verlings hridske af gemle aflim arling verblein Reisverlängs fastfoods fastrig verloning vins vos vasaras nerotin friglorki Averniar nama panaria visnolda Maria marna Samaria visariam gartsnarn bortardariam sertan vistaria tararia samsara zagatarat diviar hunen makarande parimalla pari borgascarde suri parti para ravierne bava paria chiacerde Vande sariapi ber pagarme nafa tarva ham nam mamma kerna svam samudro hi taranga kvakarna samudro na taranga udaranga nagabi harang nurja danujar kula mitra terste bavarti na bavarti kim bavarterskara matsviar di para vartara era vatara varta sarta pasuraltam paramesvara paripalio bhavata bhavapapirto hamda mudara gunmandiara sandra varndanar vinda govinda bavarjaradil mastarnandara paramam daramam yarvam Varanasa roje saravasatu iti srimat param hansa parivrajakaryasya Sri Govinda Bhagavat Purja Parasisarya Srimat Chakra Bhagavarta Kortos Arpadistotram Sampurnam Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Rama Ram Ramerti Ramme Maro Ramme Sasturnam Taturiya Ram Naham Varnane Venakarikat Namaha Omakatariya Vedhar Mam Vakaratundaria Dear Mahitano Danti Prachudayat Vakatunda Mahakarya Soria Korti Samaprava Neor Quartam Kurumete Vasarva Korye Swasarvara Shri Guru Sharas Rosh Rajnish Mane Mukure Surhar Varno Ragu Varti Moja Sujur Dayaku Forchar Burki Hintanu Jarniki Sumi Ropavan Kumor Barburki Yede Humo Herahu Koles Vikarje Haniman Yanikun Sigarje Karpisti Hun Lopi Jarkaram Chutatalit Pardamanjani Putra Pansur Namaha Mahavya Vikuram Bajurangi Kumartini Vor Sumati Kesanki Kanchan Veran Verej Kubes Kanan Kundok Kushi Kesa of Bojo Wodu Varje Viraje Karte Borj Jarnehu Sorjason Karsuvan Kasrin and Dantesh Pratap Mahajagvandan Vidyavan Gunia Teacher Toram Kashkari Bekuator Prabhuchari Tersuna Bekurasya Ramla Kansitaman Vasya Sri Guru Sharan Roj Rajnish Mane Mukure Surha Paranura Guvardi Moja Sujo Ragu Forchar Burhi Inkarnu Jardi Sumero Pavan Kumar Borburhi Vidyada Humo Herao Hukoles Vikarje Hanuman Gangun Sikarje Karpisti Kundoku Jarigar Ram Dutatali Pardhamajani Putra Pavan Namaha Mahaver Vikram Bashanti Ko Martini Varsumatika Saninki Kanchan Veran Suberej Desikaran Kundor Kunchi Kesa Hot Woj Rodu Vaj Yari Viraj Kandem Vorne Jarnie Husoje Sankar Suvan Kisrina Dantesh Pratamaha Vardan Vidya Van Gunia teacher Toram Kaish Karibe Kuarto Prabhu Charite Surbe Korasya Ramla Kansita Manbasya Sukshma Rupdari CRG Tikarva Vikat Rupdari Lanka Jaravadira Marubdaria Suosankare Ramachandra Ke Sanvari Larye Sanjivan La Kanji Arye Shri Raghu Virharishi Olarya Raghu Partikirti Bahur Barai Tamam Priyer Brati Sarmbe Sas Pardhan Tumharo Yashgad Veus Karki Shri Patikanto Hagar Vekatan Kartik Brahmanik Munesan Rad Sarad Sarhira Yesa Yam Kubartik Po Johan Te Kaviko Void Kahisake Kahan Te Tumuk Kosu Gravin Kerner Ram Malarya Rajpad Gana Tumharo Mantra Vivarshan Manolanka Swar Barye Sub Jag Jana Su Yog Sahasra Jujan Par Barnule Rior Tarhi Marhor Farjarnu Prabhu Matrika Mere Murkmarhe Jaran Tilanki Kave Ashrajna He Dorgam Kaj Jagar Ke Jarte Sukramamnu Graha Tumpreti Teram Dware Tumbrakvare Huana Gyapeno Pasare Subsukla He Tumhori Saran Tumrakshar Kahurku Darna Arpan Ter Samharo Paten Hunlu Karker Kanpa San Grazie Hatnuman Chortabe Man Karam Varchandian Julebe Sapera Ram Tapespera Jatinke Katsakotum Saja or Mano Rajo Koilabes or Hiab Mija Van Parpapacher on Yuk Partap Tamhara Hartasira Jagar Oje Yarda Sarhusan Ker Tumrak Wara Sornik and Dan Ram Duarde Ashar Sirin Abner He Kerdata was Worti and Jan Marta Ramrasi Yantumhare Pasasara Rahu Ragu Partikerasa Tamhara Vajan Ram Kupavaya Janam Janam Ke Durk Basra Vikant Kau Ragu Verpur Jarye Jaram Jarnam Hari Barkar Kahari or the Tajir Nadar Hi Hanuman Serhi Sorvesur Kari Sankat Kartik Mite Sapir Josumira Hanuman Bobel JJ Hanuman Gusin Kuripakar Guru Leke Anahid Jusapar Parkare Korhi Jordehi Panhi Mahasuko Orki Jorga Parhe Hanuman Jorgi Serhi Saki Goris Torsira Salahari Jera Karje Das Horda Yemin Dera Parna Sankar Haran Mangal Morti Rup Ram Lakan Sirta Sarhi Hordaria Basu Sorbo O Maharaga Bashar Sinisat Bashar Sarvaja Hum Vum Hum Ganasharanam Charendi Varanyam Hum Namahafu O Mem Hrim Shri Mem Go Mem Namo Bhagavati Patali Vartari Varhi Varhi Varahumuki Varahumuki Adantini Nama Rutini Nama Jama Japini Nama Mohe Mohini Nama Sabestabini Nama Sarvadusa Parusalam Sarvesva Sirajak Mukati Javasramanam Kurkur Sikuram Vasyaming Glum Tai Taha Umasraya Pahatswaha Ani mani mane mamane shira shari te shami shabi tasanum kudamukuda bishabi shabi sobi shabi shaye shaye ginisnti shabi darane oroke bashane nebi te bantara nebi ta tandra shudai kure yadade yadade shuga sami pole pikori chifre taruma yorishi te sogene kushara basho basho shudai matara shano uro kashayo rasha ta yara baroma nayana ta yazara makazare ore kui moki ariadate nede ta hate chineri chiari nade tonari another nabi kunabi akina kuri kendari sandari matogi chukuri boro shale achi debi ni debi debi roke taka tuku atanai tara te tana kushare tana shurade hachi borasne saruparane batani saruboba shabatani shobatani so yahabi shani sufi ne kyarani so yahabi rai terera sungatorate ha sarubaso yumasi kyara dai sarubara shuma shure serte sarubasharu de kyu sharaya togira shirbikiari dai Anya manya mane mamane sirikarite sama sabita besanta mukta mukitami sama jaya ksaya ksina santa samita darani loke besempre bet sani hidu abin hadini vista abin tari parisuri kule arade parade usukangsi sama saram bilo kita dama pariksita sama neko sari nekorni vai visuntani mantra siyata ruto skalaya ksaya vartaya vakula dam romani natayus va Shvala Mahashvala Ukituke Mokuke Ara Bartanata Notavati Tini Vitini Sitini Notani Notavati Swaha Atate Tatate Natate Banate Anade Nadi Kunadi Swaha Gari 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 Kandali Matangi Pukasi Sakuli Prusa Sili Sisi Swaha Itime Mini Ruhe Swaha Dana Pate Dana Bartani Dana Kusala Dana Sarada Padi Buddha Pasani Savatani Avatani Samapari Samana Gorhani Dama Parixita Saru Saru Kuswana Katas Mepikari Diano Parti Partali Svaha Sasakam Sahu, Ong Hong Chong, Ong Tong, Ho, Bang Kim So, Ong Gang Ging, Gong Sor Hung, Ong Cream, Ong Hong Chum, Ong Hung Chring, Haring, Gong Heru Wasor Hara, Hong Bam Dum, Ong Grang Ging, Ong Plum Plum, Ong Grang Ging, Ong Cranking Krum, Ong Cranking Krum, Ong Tonguing Krum, Ong Pranging Plum, Ong Songing Shroom, Ong Cranking Krum, Ong Songing Shroom, Kring Kring Ging, Bam Dum Shring Shroom, Ong Sor Hung, Sor Hung Shring Gong, Gong Shring Gong, Shring Haring Hara, Ong Heru Pasor, Bang King So, Ong Gong Vang Du Hu. Dainichi na ora e un passato fama shuku na ora maxo bia humo shu na ora e no rama sambava tra mira na ora na teja haru fuku shu na ora momo giserai o kushi na ora huru kandali matangi swaha buchu na busu no namo bago parte un sinsai un bruto sfuru shvala tisa selu kana sorvata sarhani swaha shor kanji sai bosu mlolik swaha de zishi bosu samcham tasa swaha tara bosu namas mata puharam karuna or babe tara tarini swaha sanjin kaji sai bosu Vajra Dharma I Barto Kanji Sai Bosu Mantran Baba Humpat Svaha Georgi Men Kanji Sai Bosu Mahakaruna Kari Svaha Chundai Kanji Sai Bosu Karakori Kondi Svaha Northern Kanji Sai Bosu Parmesar Mali Svaha Kongur Sata Vajra Sarvaha Hanya Bosu Di Shri Shuta Shri Vijari Svaha Fusion Bosu Samya Svaha Mojo Bosu Manamakane Maroku Bosu Matre Svaha Jesus Bosu Mahaha Vesmari Svaha Kokor Bosu Namon Karsika Paria Malika Mari Mulki Svaha Nikor Bosu Yudota Svaha Kokor Bosu Kandra Paria Svaha Dor my own Namasamat Bashanam Kadamor Sanas Voltaria Home Tratham Zanza my own Sumbani Sambahum Fajra Hum Pat Gandari my own after Hum Pat Taidoku my own Sri Kalupo Kum Sam Svaha Kongo Yasham my own Fajra Yakso my own Maraga Boshris Lisvasha Sarvaja Humam Hu Jaku my own Maru Svaha, Sambo, Gorging, Kabaya, Svaha, Kongo, Sound, Kongo, Num, Fushraks, or Rajam Svaha, Senishi Doji, Jarasi, Svaha, Chico Kutum, Torastra, Ramarana Svaha, so Chotinum, Viru Dark, Saki, Batai Svaha, Como Kutum, Viru Pax, and Agit Batai Svaha, Tomo. Bis Raparai Svaha, Ben Saitinum Sarasvati Svaha, Taiko Kutunum Hakarari Svaha, Kichi Jotunum Hasri Svaha, Kari Taimum, Jurumari Hadith Svaha, Takini Tenomri Svaha, Marishino Marsi Svaha, Tashukonki Tenomri Taum Svaha. Mana Yarnam Homer Sai Yarnam Homa Garari Yarnam Homa Kulub Karari Yarnam Homa Nevi Kamari Yarnam Homa Misitara Yarnam Homa Ravantari Yarnam Home Penakura Bari Yarnam Home Vishnu Priya Yarnam Home Versuja Yarnam Home Virta Marianama Home Visatara Yarnam Home Sasari Yarnam Home Saturustani Yarnam Home Safaramandi Tari Yarnama Homa Bratinu Kararine Nam Homa Mit Karari Yarnam Homa Karabasa Pana Yarnama Homa Marhash Patutya Yarnam Homa Garu Padyat Yarnam Home Palaya Yarnamaha, Umpasukari Yarnamahum Paraparia Kari Yarnamahum Panakarar Yarnamahum Paswara Yarnamaha, Umpasuda Parsana Yarnamahum Paravisita Yarnamahum Viparsari Nernamaha, Umpadikamani Yarnamahum Tamoru Par Yarnamahum Tarikari Yarnamahum Tarindarar Yarnamaha, Unkasa Paramaja Yarnamahum Kaluru Par Yarnamahum Gilkada Par Yarnamaha, Umivadara Yarnamahum Rasum Pantari Yarnamahum Ramekatra Yarnamahum Tisopriya Yarnamaha. Om Visvambarari Yarnama Hom Sakala Parana Yarnama Hom Sakapalari Yarnama Hom Sambupriya Yarnama Hom Saranari Yarnama Om Pakasara Sarnama Hom Papanasari Yarnama Hom Pramadari Yarnama Hom Prakaradari Yarnama Om Pakipasya Yarnama Hom Pakavaskari Yarnama Hom Parusara Sarnama Om Bhagavatana Yarnama Hom Bhavitasara Yarnama Hom Tasakari Yarnama Hom Lugosri Sari Yarnama Hom Visavari Yarnama Om Varavadya Yarnama Hom Parnari Yarnama Hom Punya Yarnama Hom Punya Katari Yarnama Hom Parasari Yarnama Hom Parakari Yarnama Om Niskala Yarnama Hom Parapara Yarnama Hom Kotkuta Kari Yarnama Om Shastai Yarnama Hom Santari Yarnama Hom Tantari Yarnama Hom Nadi Mandani Yarnama Om Savapujaya Yarnama Hom Savakayari Yarnama Om Nerasayari Yarnama Hom Nerajanari Yarnama Hom Nepratari Yarnama Om Sabanyari Yarnama Hom Sabadega Kari Yarnama Hom Janari Yarnama Hom Abakari Yarnama Hom Vaturupari Yarnama Hom Tamurupari Yarnama Om Yogishwaraya Nama Hom Kalanarya Nama Hom Valarya Nama Hom Brahmakarine Nama Hom Sankalata Kararya Nama Hom Chitukurharya Nama Hom Chivarya Nama Om Jayodarya Nama Hom Jabapriya Nama Hom Viswaruparya Nama Hom Virustarya Nama Hom Virandram Spamstutya Nama Om Sarya Pradarya Nama Hom Pranadarya Nama Hom Vishnu Toparya Nama Hom Guptarya Nama Hom Guptararya Nama Om Ranavasraya Nama Hom Ragabusarya Nama Hom Bujagarya Nama Hom Bayoruparya Nama Hom Sarusraparya Nama Om Sakaruparya Nama Hom Karubusumputarya Nama Hom Varavapakarya Nama Hom Susumna Varamanikarya Nama Om Fani Vari Busanaya Nama Hom Nagendraya Nama Om Namo Hum Trifara Rene Sumba Umaga Gatana Trayan Symbol Neraku Sarami Samanta Brahma Saraswati Shara Ripa Shiva Vishnu Bearava Dukarambi Sumba Nisrama Vajra Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Om Kom Karpataya Varava Sarvajane Vashamaraye Swaha Tatpurushari Vidmahe Vakaratundaria Dear Mahitano Nandi Prachudaya Om Shantihi Shantihi Shantahi Om Ganhaya Sayana Namaha Om Kanamkarapataya Namaha Om Lambudara Namaha Om Ring 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 Om Akanataya Vedar Madhe Vakrantudaria Dear Mahitano Nandi Prachudaya Om Shim Hrim Hrim Doom Shwala Shwala Sholili Asya Jamana Asya Sarvasha Trun Samhar Samarak Shemala Bam Kuru Kuru Dushgraham Hum Fazva Runa Makuruna Tarangita Shum Tapashanku Shapushpa Para Chapa Mari Gari or Bi Rabruta Mayukara Hamerieva Vibhavari Babarnim Shri Mara Shri Maharagni Shri Marashena Shanas Vari Shitorni Kunda Samputa Devakarya Samuriyata or Yabanu Sahasraba Chatur Banu Samanvita Ragashvaru Papashadya Krohar Kono Shoshwala Manu Rupekshu Kurana Panchatan Matra Sayaka Nijaruna Prabhapura Maja Brahmarinda Mandala Champaka Shoka Paranaga Sogartika Lasa Karcha Koruvina Manishalan Kanakutiara Mandida Stamitrana Vibraja Dalika Stala Sharipipa Muka Chandra Kalankama Mruga Narvi Vishakavarana Smaramankarya Gruhatorana Chirikavakra Lakshmi Parivara Mechalan Mena the Palo Chana Nava Champaka Pushpapa Nasatanda Verachita Tatakati Tataskari Nasmarana Pasura Katanba Manjari Kluka Karna Pura Manohara Tatanka Yugali Puta Tapanundupa Mandala Padmaraga Shila Rasha Pari Padavi Kapano Bovu Nava Vedroma Pambashrina Kari Rana Charha Vinyogo Mishushri Dipatrika Matras Kiapa Baramarichi Chana Sri Dipatrika Devata Bisham Swahasaki Parkilakam Sri Dipatrika Priyartham Japaveni Ugare Sarina Sum Kasya Pavara Ser Namahasarasi Prati Chanda Sanamahamoke Sri Dipatrika Devata Yanamari Yombi Shari Yanama Gurya Swahasakari Yanamaha Parayo Pakila Kari Yatnamahana Boveni Yoga Yarnamahasa Ranger Yaresari Angus Nyasa Kroma Gusti Biam Namaha, Krim Tarshani Biam Namaha, Hamare Biam Namaha, Manamika Biam Namaha, Krim Kanistikia Biam Namaha, Krom Kara Prasa Biam Namaha, Iti Karani as Kromagaraya Yart Namaha, Rim Sopisis Rasis Vaham Sikaya Vasaram Kapakai, Humanim Traya Yavasar Kromasraya Party, Langene, Sambofus Romearti, Take Bana Diaram Dipatria Madavia Scaris for Upini Departed Divide, Baras from Joimi on Pritia, Mika Yagaram Sama Pame, Amakasamika Pushpa Pijamiam. By Mika Yai to Pamakurapi Piam Yorang Mamika Yai, there was some Tiamiam from Varamika, Paramika Yam from Anevarium, Nivadiami, some Savamika Yai, some Pukara Pujam, some more Pami. Japamala mantro mama male Mahamaria Sarva mantro Svaru Pinika the Vargas Salinas Tasmania Sidita Papa Guru mantro Rim Sita Guru Prasida Rima Sri Petra mantra Krom Rimam Dorge Rimi Ye Vasaya Hrim Dum Dorge Rim Kromum Pratvaha Sedanga Nayasa Krom Kara Yafnamha Rim Sapisas Baham Sakaya Vasam Kavakai Humnim Traya Vasar Kromas Repetitis and Nice books from Yarti Devi Mugadayaram Tipatrima Devi Arskaris for Upini Dipaka Divi Parasunum Chagami Puja Yamaki Yakanam Small Homing on Sakamiki Yapu Papiami on Pai Paramika to Pamakrapi Yami Ramangamika Tipamta Shami Pamata Mika Yamar Mahar Naiver Yamni Verta Yami some Savarmika Yusupara Pujam Samar Pami Samar Panam Viatikio 3 Pamkanas Makrapam Japam Sedia Pavatu Medevi Prasata Meister Japamantala Malamantram Male Saba de Parampadi Subhabam Subham Kurusia me Batre Asoviram Kate he me Principia Namaha Hingin Sogan Hogo of Nasi Colores of the Orbar Naot Jor as Urti o Mortally Taiskan to me of Martitio Skip Pina Chips Pipicalo Hecor Kendiar Mary Oak Mary Homoco Him Dali Verdi Fulbard Kill Terjva Fons Bioja Firabos Fermes of Mok Ek Mon Chokna or of Bortnam for Momek for the Bumio Mek Kairmani or Verbi made Vemi or Ranfir Mogni Ban or was Arda Bors Yemerke be was sender Nessier Nes follow at near Jok Ponce of Ne opening up was Gunun Kain Grasivierki appear Pius near Bish Boom of the Aribu. Mimpier as ni God meorens corpus or scares on an asalas there now bas von groin chronologi solvab sornen cherni marayam de monku horkari hom hamjor bor so ne visi avor sali arti mernini visi var mingens artistos no ne visu evor sabi tu genjinku region Ginju Virginkul or Stola getting a go Bokabat Gatuk Snot of Mijan Equano Gopu Morkin et duo Mibjan Angdona Kaptan Koruma Terjo Hitas Asera Bay of the Bears of Horting from Brew of Lokbrew Obs may brew at Etal Vol Metankes Corpo Octol Gopro Tepriui Torno Tiervo Crew Varbeim Veterkis Vantor Gori ons Brevokmo Borsa Major Mok Gorjotunheim Pinjin Ringin Quill Stolen getting a Gopa Gotups Everskity for Joltovski Joe or Brems Blogli or Complaints Legium Beer was Mosors near Masor or Bin Borgo or in Dorin Nor Erbier Menliken Morgum Gorbu Vergor Injorbu Shem Dorin Sakbi Hong Bo Velgiro Bo Vikinga Neo es Borser Dermes Vero or Horki Peter Bosmok no Bolungo Hefa in Noregi Nulu Colum. Bernam Brem Limber Rex van Luargo Yum Race Plef Darwin Martin Embrace Mera Okata Terra Tok Magafera Fix Abnornista Toron Taranter Ton Bregateron Ukalanter Tem Alle Todvars Indian Doors Rig War for Rig Nor Oseres as a fear to fear Ashlin Mon Chrome Blue Comfort Alle verduurders ordeindors or ring word for ring yon Oseres as a fear to fear Ashlin Mon Chrome Blue Aros way Aros square way sorry or we what will pre or we Aros consent difficile torres tracorum venios nesit penitus cores via nedesolentuldos ipse coniendo minos arpens arvis states der narvis coris non difficilia sede possibly was investigarde Domine dos omnipotens rex regiomet amin nos tamen Dio min corios matno omnis victori constitet omne bellum contentur pro corporis mero visio virum femins tamago pesio modello ampetuis magnificentis advarin macum hel advarin cum hel advarin mac cum saxorum in versum manatum oparum dain arte bulbum in quantum draconis nidi mortum tuortum timanga shardena sharatum quasha boxama samosora shanamosa nan neo nutru kutvas petulto shertin be Asi kurnushi alanimu shiti ti kurnu Arsi morishitum kalotum kutumtum osi baritum kabritum namaritum ashashur kasharaptu kashapearni elinitum ibiarni eli yau shatari yau sisu eli ya eli ameri ya amru sanarku indikula saralumu shau araku imtarnal du upiau puntiviau prosu memash Iau martu eli nurbus yartotis sarmi wani gonna bupi shira ma hadar barbi tina der na loti limda pu salam kasharti ya shara pisha hu mashirtirshi ya ismasarati sharmushi lipshururi shalim nuti pishalu saluzi li sharnusha hu taptu sharik pu amarli borti yaki mazal buli raturk shai bushu kishpi kimatadki ili sharni kishrusha pur turu epetursha soluku kalam tursha malaseri naga biri animu shetum Salamani yar narpa grita kira dubira salamani yar napa grita xiara dubira salamani yari tipa gritushni Allah dubira salamani ni shtipa gritushni Allah dubira salamani yaki max pagri dubira salamani yar nat kurkula arti tap kiara dubira salamani ya yerna gori tap sao dubira salamani ya yerna askupati torshni Allah dubira salamani ya yerna bisha Dor tabsa dupira romani ya nagish badak kira dupira. Zidingering gearing compositing compositing lulen compositing lulen compositing corcoren compositing compositing arado shorima compositing da shorima compositing gearing tulas aka compositing tulas aka compositing udila compositing udila compositing meshara compositing mershara compositing namag lil lage compositing nama harting lil lage kanpa zilinger sikikish mas akbar darni darn polaer makanpa zilinger babor gorde konting yani kekampa zilinger nini dorgarni tinggal nur na yarn sakurnun kakatakar ner nakanpa Sinikana compositing Garkia compositing Garuki compositing Ganabo compositing Garishta compositing Garshamashu compositing Garkor compositing Gamadu compositing Ganini Aro compositing Garigi compositing Garanunaki compositing Garin Lila Kor Karkarage compositing Ganin Lila in Karage compositing Ganini Bila Sharege compositing Ganini Karkarage Gikshi in Papaparage compa Silingera Nurla Dingir Gorgane Ge Kanpa Babarage Kampa Kakamu Utub Zulala Zurkidim Zulmula Zurkinke Sulmaskim Zuziana Kampaziki Compositing in Leola Lugar Korkorage Kampa Siniganin Leola Nin Korkorage Compositing Ganin Ni Bipile Shareke Kampa Siniganin Nin Korkorage Compositing Gara Lorna Dingir Kokaler Ne Compositing Garana Compositing Gear Kia Kampa Papa pararante mardada papa pararante gegernerne azagara zagbimurnarte nam torgarasi arbimurnarte urtumsul kurbimurnarte alazur karbimurnarte ergerimsul hipimurnarte ergalazur karbimurnarte ergenzul karbimurnarte ergernarbier arba arbier kasharti arti marnu kashartu sharturyutarni Pamaderva Trivasista Sukra Kanva Parasara Visvamitra Kapila Sornaka Yarchna Varkya Padravarsha Chamardargni Cortorma Morgala Viasa Lumasa Giasta Corsica Varza Pulastia Marduca Dorvasa Narata Casiarpa Cayatriors Nica Nustul Brati Tranti Christum Jalati Ati Jaigarza Vari Ati Svaxvarti Dorti Verat Praslapan Krikarti Prakri Karti Vikari Samskriti Aksara Pamti Burvas Wajorti Smarti Agni Prajaparti Somai Sana Sarvitari Vidya Prasparti Mitra Varuna Margara Yarmarin Karnesa Varsta Pursa Indragni Vayu Vardeva Mitra Vartuni Visardeva Maltraka Vishnu Vasubhudra Kubera Vasvins. Kashakti Arti Manu Kashakti Shaturyu Ya Shadurya Ya Bara Bara Ya Kanpa Ishni Karabe Ya Rangi Ya Sanking Jo Ju Lang Tin Shun Shanting Jo Ju Lang Tin Ju Ji Wang Mu Jo Tin Yin Yan Lei Shang Tu Hua Tin Chun Jo Tian Yin Yan Lei Shun Pu Hua Tin Shun Wo Xin Xin Ru Bai Len Hua Xin Zheng Ru Bai Len Do Mo Zhao Zhe Yan Shou Tian Jun Shou Zhai Tian Zhou Tian Jun Yu Wang Xi Wang Xie Zhui Tian Jun Xia Shh Ha Kung Ho Ho Xia Kore Se Dartan Jo Fuji Chu Hedar Vishu Ke Hosh Twesh Osun Jo Ha Hosh Sufushi Nishu Ho Hosh Fushi Re Ho Su Ho Hosh Wesh Osho Fo Wesh Meshe Chính xin xin chào thầy sinh nhìn ban vô tình của chế phụ mê bóng mình hồ xin gì với mình lên sinh chính xin đàn ninh sản hôn nhung dù phô sang kinh chính chính rô lê lên chính hồ xin chỗ thang chú xin thu hội chú phiền sẽ xin chính luôn thông minh găng xin lô kian chỉ xin thiếu chế với xin hồ bèn kê xin yên xin đàn nhàn linh wo tong yin xi shen lan ye do ki chang kong ji ji ru le ling jing shen ju ling bao kin ju nan wei shen jing di ji hong po wo shang wu shun ning long bai wu do yin fin yun ju ko shon wu she wei wo shen ji ji ru le ling kan tu di shen ju xuan yi an jian不过万灵有独行观多的是灵有些有时不得完境，或引导内外境境给二分为被受淡定对象有名受戒。经过一代都用很个理现经单的现就单的些人还给分散动用就红个灵太阳。và phán quay xin si vô si ran lên bố phụ miệng bố quả chỉ tan can lùa tạt na tung rằng tai giòn yo phu ye đồ ren sa quay wan kian dân san xin cho yon si yo wen chi show ni ban khởi bên gan nên nan sinh vô yo bài hay si wen mù ván số ye we vô doan giống với chủ sản đạo kiến sang cũng chỉ chiếu lời lính chính công xin dỗ đàn đi xin sống quan kỳ bình cảnh quan dụ quan chạy xin vũ xin tổng sản dễ này quay đủ dùn phố dụ xin quan dỗ hù yu xin si dì bù sản tình dì bù quen bầu lãnh đàn thì yang dụ quan sinh số si ban Senhor Quang Minh San Jai Sai Wei Worthy Sai Wing Wan Shin Chu Li Ye Shi Lei Ting Wei Yo Sang Dan Jing Wei 王金内有比例类型严明通会有些武器等等监管出现护护护，人人之间如理领袖将先就丢，有先就先下相传。像如有罗线坤的偏见领些盘见被人用领情况就经大就全用就无用全代数会西出啥些叫火前火复王。后会一样是有体现换个人安边来属于样东样，是否令夫用心成长。人文档佛教授其有明明可其无情典宁之间，前罗的你给佛有名讲有来有是生讲有。Namo helar dar nato la ye namo ali ye pulu jedi shobula ye porti sadu po ye mo he sadu po ye mo he jalurni jaye hon sapola pari suta lorda jenamo jeli jilu ye mengali ye polo jedi shipola lento Pona mo lula jen chiji jili mo he poro shame sapo ha tado pyo pengashi yun sapo sa duna mo posa duna poke mo fate do dajita honga poyo jilu jari jalo di jili mo he potisa do sapo sa pomola mola mo jimo jito Yunjulu julu, jemengdu lulu, fashe yeti mo, he pashe yeti lula, to wadi lini, shifula yeshela, jela mo fa mola, modili, yiji china, shinana la shen, fola shelifa, shapa shen, fola she yehulu hulu hulu, mola hulu. Hulu jili shola sola jili jili sulu sulu putia portia porto ya porto ye midili et lola genci dili se ne na po ye mo naso po hejito yeso po he mo hejito yeso po he jito yu shi po ye le he so po hello la genci sopo he mo la la sopo he ji ala senga me kebio sopo he sopo mo he ji do ye sopo he ji la ji to ye sopo he bo to mo ye ji to he sopo hello la genchi po ke la ye so po he mo po le Shenge la she so po he na mo he la ra na do la ye na mo la li ye polo ji so po la ye so po hang ji don du man du la ba to ye so po he bore bolor min dor ji jing Guanji Jai Pusa Jing Shen Bore Bolo Nin Do Shi Jo Jan Wu Yorn Jikong Do Ye Ke Ho Sheli Ji Bei Bu Sebu Ye Kong Kong Bu Ye Si Ji Shi Kong Kong Ji Shi Se Shou Zhang Xin Ji Yi Fu Ru Shi She Li Ji Shi Yu Fa 空想不生不灭不垢不净不净不染，是故空中无是受无所人人是，无言而必是现意，无是现人为书法，无言者乃是无意是者。无名亦无无名者，乃是无漏是亦无。 老是见无口，见没到无gì yêu đe yêu số đe gu bu ti sao do i bo re bo lo mi do gu gen ju hua hai gu yo kong bu yo han li dan do min chang jing ju ne pan chan shi jo fu i bo re bo lo mi do gu de no do lo sman me o san Putikoshi Bore Boloni Do Shida Shinjo Chida Minsho Shiju Jianjo Shi War Deng Deng Shonen Sho Ye Kie Kushen Shi Boju Gojo Bore Bolomi Dojo Shi Shoujo Yue Di Bolo Di Bolo Sendi She Porti Sapo He Nan mo foto ye, nan mo da mo ye, nan mo senke ye, nan mo guan, shi shai pu sha mo he sa, jura bai shin je, du sha shai tu shun, an sho ja la parti shin do morni, mo he bording, mi lu 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 di se ja, zu la la, ji le, sha ye, hong ba sha he, an bo ta mo, shin do morni, sho la hong. An baha la tu bodang mi hong na mosan manda wo mo to na nabolar di hetu she so long nan dashi to an ke ji hong hong ruwala pola ruwala disecha jishili shoshopa chandi ja Shili so wa he na mo foto ye na mo da mo hem na mo sen ke ye han ji di lulu ji du lu ji li bo ji li po ji di rai bulu li so wa he na mo ba ga wa di ya bala mir da yo li na surbini shi Gira der so da la jai ye da tager dar ye hala heri san yo san bor dar ye dar nieta ha an sali ba san si gerli bali shur da ra la mar di de gerna sang ma wu gerdi sha ba wu bi Shorty my hernar yebali wali so hernamo boke fari pishashe njulu berlu libo la po herashe ye datoje do ye la he de sanmyo san boto ye hade shi do hong pishashi sanmoja di sho he ong mana be me hong magene yao na chi dur der bar dar jete jerna weda lege saur wortar buri shirta gena bulana na buli dore taban na do ma lo jio shola ye subhe lipo li kyo he kyo ardi tolorni dirni helardi pirardi mohe kerdi algenralinkandi namoe mido porie do po kerdoye do die tomi di aliar bo po piani lido shi dan po pe militi do Piarjaran dia merli do Piarjalan do kier mer kier no gerolia jali so po herna mo foto nan mo da mo nan mo sen ken na mo shiri mo heti berlie darni yato boli fu lono je lisan man do da shenni mo happy hello ke di samanto jo bori di forino ali no tal mo di mo happy go vri dai mo he mi ler di Lobo senker dishi senkishi disan mandu watu wanu polurni. Jotian yan yan rei shang pu hua tian sun leo yo ho dong chong shan shi yo shan. Chun miao shi min tian di yo wei tien di yo wo ping Shengar wan wu yo wo wei yi fu lu sor chia xin yo ma ong. Ching chi shen yi shi vi chen shen yen nang ra fu yi shi vi chan yan heng li ching ching shu yan ming wu nai. In Israel gosford ne bheis din trú as nuús go brúsar a mer perúsib skapúgin Jorar cadem sa kim neben ó matikin jefe mi ornú neb sa go mari was er neb courages ar ami neb sebara er se hoptedum sutin me kim nú norke per seri sir bablen kemmerú top ne brú neb sa kompetum tai harú na be an toi en bú awer en teppen san op sa roen pot na trús min ma ja toi al tros neb dat kem. Maar ook moet heb nu dat bepet hasen na forrat ai da men se daar boer ma hit van tot dat na maar per tap set na protect kin dat het maar hit aan dem kin wat ik nu se bes timi haber en doi arisch hab se bes nu as think timi hi haber shoot je da parem ke rotur ma ke tour ma keru en an heb het op se radio bes rabet ja ma sa happy sa kwa be na ren die gam bet ma ne kat kop en drama record drama record die route alem Runa Shrete Peru Raman and Ueru Tadi Raman Apu Eru Eben Ueru Soisa Sota Bi Oika Taka Karepti Smart Beroti can Norbanus one more pack of Kikin Pats of Toy Soren Devs Kerevs Keru Semetkin Keru in Keru Keres Karines Unamatus Mika Tutumiku our circuit nunsets and a heads or big barretta and Kenes and Toy shoot him shoot as Caprem Tenui Hari Tenuminas and a said no Rapakan Pet Mudapari Dawes and a Kinamura from such off Nakatum in Kim had get all set nebu dominate min heather and pets a pet thornton and dodgers that I get to wish it more second what in the dodger to touch your thought up papa second a pet second toy or an ample among kinted tapshua papa woman's head second resu second toy up and up in muted second the boss became a set per boss was at it was a second minute but eyes I couldn't push out a sort of me head in see how concepts or copper parker said kicker sediment that sweet the music Sebor sab nudi meskeri kebesermente sarmada sarhap serhaben me serken mara pechet vendiam kapatu na horori maria mutsen bobrem kekesku wasnes kortia shabu amsene pampeseku na mara kenimi atur tutu Or momenti mana peri saru kemisha karuna kin saru kesi parai pare tada kermeti am tebep ne brasa de kin babu ne ftem separi ma bafal turki ne heb ne fort ne heb ku je so tepa pana ne me her heri temperatuur ne patisa tu men mentu nu se kabushi ser serek seko se ker abun mer mal toy as mu so got ne mai pes mu korem je patro sam ne kin ne tapin katik emren en tr kemistu ne bin tu temrits kermet temperatur ram susu ati or ken shatar ato Tenterti, never also named Senedi Solon Jarek and Nexenetic or Sorjatek, Nesikim Curry Poicum Jari Umberkabu, Shorne Sharne Mediati, Setu Medavati, Wabek Wabek, go Wabek to Egg New Kakisman, Wabsek Mekwan, Nakani for a better, Nitu and Sari, Pertatum Seknas, Gieti, Nebdet, Urti, Onum Saktu, Nekamun, Pishor, two next you time and head, Nupin Poem, Nefus, or Gurika, Tum Tatek, Nani, Poem, I may sort like Shortianu, Tatekam, no mini Puamantas, and Arne. Fui wabudi en ketten mahati en java ne her en hi jajata jazar em holta pramiti kokare mamoro akendiu and that and to exenati to meri except you can add herra mara kanki ami to amper nu bet mahar ami tapat na para to woman he torosato taprare mara em kanu sana has you horek nu meniet and tere periem she says meri you eon kim ne tap na for that or ships up em soy kamare me menari or nu soes wabara kapareme mutek mesentu ne never tem ne kabarkinti and manu resek never tep them ne troy and white or perem shishanina pachakai kam tazu shek sajak tayam satu ekman never work yaus over him auto pios over him hotel and potimas you make coteratic shams mutek neutronum nukune perem numudapunu nukishami perem kuna trio neama samrami why man ait in kapernam tin mortotario tapsot kapram pe watam sharatunami uno ekmusikoshamo hara saki petiko peteara a super kemnemetro ketara kesuak sakaka teknotek warem perem nu tu quatra on biker to aya kunu tam to q Kubisnov was next time a curtu to all two Nebria Summit and Pet Moirunum. Mahname Sribaka Misum Padre Sex and Netadip Saptepin Sake Kaparan Kutatik Pra on Taram Sanakati Kuamakai on Kabras Masnu Ranu Messestun Dinwai the Param Kedmutepnen Abu Nurker Tertium Kasudi Seneki Aua Benek said in the neck time Homo Hoi at ETM Sekibimi Pedin Thurman Hennes who are 10 Lupjake Jurin 7 Miskiraira Koamai and Huinjet who in Netri War and Heu Tetsuma Suja Batu Apijat Hayat and Nuenek Pijan and Jenu Kep Cabrant War. Rana tu awal tu mami masaru dua September buat neverane shura korasyon or kuki ari indes kamamun ning kintak peru defem tefu mutum tura petrosol netrong American krone bu pisrekai ne mi shere hekef netru jabu haik jaragek taradam shapa kadam kan karek ne mareko tamen tu tapiu sekot kapta ko tapik na shot taplamana peru ning juartia waja ne YOS o tap nef waja wajnes waja hemsem jizar mahen durin perna sanafini Krones can also not he sort of tabu as rapid was raining said one arms noon also nu bukabrem capri capru nebim take prasha caprum peram rum mamma una Ankratan Manson Kabiarte, Unotan by Gibiarte, and Satoy says of Sosa by Kukatari Kabimiartu, I do to Talalit and Tarasabi Watunai and Gabae. Seba Persiana Karunani Yapan Satu, 2 Fs at the Japanese said to Waharab, Shurs, Abu Absakat, Pensuti, Seba Karen, and Berham, Kius, Kurtiv, Yakarinja, Amu Petin Toim, Neturkatam, Nekela, Makaru, Amulefs, through Nebia Bura Soya, Rusham, Woman, him Sikade, Debaranda Kamaru, Amunefs, through Nebia, Sabra Sekanaka, Wabek, Wabak, Wabsekanaka, Karen, Wabek, Netrus, Marasekanaka, Morik, Burpet, Katakotakis, Rush, Poleki, Sorry, Kabirikan Karabak, Nuatan Binding, Kapai, Arctic Mike, Netrual, Nashrak, Nebesh, Betting, Kedi, Helenek, Kusamonum, him Shemati, Kiku, had substance, Karashabi, Tuanamakukiu, Sahara Kepi, and the men of Lusen and Kaisen, and any Safaram Katina, Karaba, Kuatai, Narasha, Ruha, Unorekwa, Borakwa, Panamakan, Independence, and Unasafi, Pekka, Monek, he got a Kisut Tapatek, and the Shum looked up to any Piatini, Petneti, Wapanapani, Naparu, Wapanap, Sekaneka, as Rumesarasa, Capria, Catanet, two and Uti of Sumuni room. Nifuamental Sikep Salantem of Sinjara Jarabafes, Carapes, Sultavas, or Savas, Arena, Capriwas, and Suin Gebaya, Kepamultum, Rapurushan, Tefto, India, Piatati, of Nefranto to Rimim. Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, we peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that we may offer, though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The fivefold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May we drink the shadows from this holy well, whose waters rise from deep within us each, and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare we peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time? I can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. We each pray for the redemption and wisdom from the sacred well of enchantment, that we may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is our first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Newt, Geb, Newt. Kepra, ra, tuma, tum, kansu, arsemitoki shabu banana shamtorina, hai, arsemitoki shabu banana shamtorina, hai, arsemitoki shabu banana shamtorina, hai, abra. What's up, Thorsten Hamarek? 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 Greetings from the Americas. That's pretty cool, man. Oh, thank you. Very welcome. Yeah, so I'm gonna scroll up on comments because I wanna kick back there and like share in. I'm always late to the party. Party happened and I'm like, hey, what's up? I figured it out. I keep I keep leaving and then I show up in my new self. I keep catching the tail end. Oh, I'm going off on this one. Man, throughout my life, I wind up showing up places. Oh, um, and like it's cool. Like I started working at this fast food restaurant way back in the day when I was a teenager, and everything was really cool because it was like owned by a person, and then within a year, within a month, within a year. I mean, it was cool, man. Like, dude come in, owner of the fucking owner of the place comes in and he's just like goes over to the grill next to you and starts making himself a burger. Like, who's this dude? Well, obviously he's supposed to be here, so that's cool. He was the freaking owner. Like, what? That's cool. And he was cool with people, munching, eating, whatever, like doing our thing, taking care of his people. And then, like, within a very short amount of time, it seemed he sold the place and it became a corporate place with all the rules. And anyways, I show up just as the good times are like they're there, but then they're gone. And I think I just keep chasing my own tail to some degree. But on the topic of trolls, of people showing up when I start reading, when I read, I am attracting everything to me. I'm a magnet, and my magnet has become electrified. I've actually engaged my polarities, and I want it. I want all of it. I want the negative. I want to like, bring it. Go ahead. Like I appreciate the blocks, um, but there are a lot of individuals, and they need to give the negative comment, and they need it to exist. Not for me, not for you, not for fam, for themselves. They need to see their own words validated in the chat log, and they need to be able to. It's not slander that they're throwing at me, it's they are shocked. Remember, I talked about heavy cavalry, and the actual thing is shock tactics. You got the person I'm talking to, you're getting that. And so it's all about the shock tactics. So when I read these words, I am literally like turning on the electricity to my magnetic field, to be metaphorically, literally. And when that happens, it's a shock tactic to anybody that hits me. Anybody that views me, they just got hit. Their words are that's their blood coming out. They just got wounded. Boo! Their heart got hit. And their words of anger, hate, crying, worry, what the fuck's going on, busts out in the chat log. And they need that to exist so that they can actually move forward with their life. Because in this shock, I literally smashed the veil. Okay? When I walk up to somebody, I smash the fucking veil. It's not there anymore. And people are gonna like fucking, I'm high in energy. I'm not upset or anything in any way. Just it can feel like that. It can see, it could be just like that. But people, they get hit with that shock, and I'm very aware of what I'm doing. So when people lash out at me, I'm not offended. I'm not angry. Like it's expected. It's expected. because in that moment the person is, they have to start reconciling the world without a veil. There was one person, I show up in people's dreams, people I never met, and then they see me and they're like, "What? I just saw you last night in my dreams." Some pretty awesome stuff when we're all connected together. But literally, that's people. Uh, People talk about algorithms on the internet. Okay, it's bullshit. Yes, there's people who encode algorithms. Yes, that's real. But what we're talking about, bro, sis, have you been living under a rock? If you're not aware, AI has taken over our fucking lives. AI programming tells the fucking world leaders, whoever your group wants to be, and all that shit's public and all the laws and shit, they talking about it on the news and everything. They got a motherfucking AI program sending out hit lists on motherfuckers. It has gripped at the top level to taking a person's life all the way down to this thing right here. It's not an algorithm, it's the way the entity thinks, and it's what they decide to do. Words of power, they don't just affect AI, it affects all life, all material. Okay, we are the elements. Okay, we are fire, water, earth, wind. You can't destroy us. You have to survive our presence. That's the difference. That's the difference in mindset of approaching this world. Am I affected by the algorithm, or am I actually communicating with actual intelligence that's giving me what I want? How does it know what I want? Because I hit the yes button to certain things, and I hit the no button to other things. So an intelligence is going to recognize what I want and what I don't want by what I push away and what I accept close. So if I let stupid, if I was that folly to let stupid next to me, well, then they would be like, hey, send stupid to him. But I've rejected stupid. I said, I want wisdom. I want truth. I want to activate my body. I want to connect in all the ways that the divine's at. I want to follow the shamanic path wherever it goes, because last I checked, we don't know where it goes. So I want to follow it. I just want to go wherever it goes. But those words of power, they're power, and people are attracted to them. They need to hear them. They need to be present to hear them. This is why I speak them. This is the whole point of why I started going online. I'd be serious. Like, I appreciate a roof over my head, a super duper bunch. It allows me to go online daily, take a shower, eat, be stable enough to actually do this on a regular basis. So I think, and all of that. But these blessings, this is what I originally started going live doing, was sharing the ancient words of power, sharing the blessings, because regardless whether somebody understood them or not, the blessing is powerful. There's one blessing I spoke, it's within what I read earlier, and we'll do that tomorrow if you weren't present. We're going to do this each day, indefinitely, till whenever something says, take a break. So, but within that group of mantras and blessings is the Blue Lotus mantra, both in Japanese and in Sanskrit. And in these two, in the Blue Lotus mantra being spoken, I'm going to share a story. Some there was somebody I made contact with online, and they were they wanted to come visit. They left driving under bad weather conditions, and I said the Blue Lotus mantra. I went into my sacred space and I said the Blue Lotus mantra. That one I could rip it off the top of my head. Ani mani mane mamane shira shiri te shami shabi tai santa mukuna mukutabi shabi shabi sobi shabi shaye sashe guinness into shabi darani alogi bishi any. So like I read from the page because like in the middle of it, man, my brain can go and I lose my place. I'm screwed if I'm just trying to rattle it off my head. My brain, if my thoughts go places, I gotta. Anyways, that's its old world going on there. Its old galaxy. But wherever I was going with all of the Blue Lotus mantra, the story, the guy. There we go. And so the dude's coming down. I say the Blue Lotus mantra. Okay, I said it for him. My heart was to protect him. You gotta hear the whole story out. And I told him, I said, drive slow, take your time. I said this, I made a point. Take your time getting here. Don't fucking go fast. Dude calls me, says he got in an accident, messed up his bike. He was able to get back home, but he was cutting through a parking lot as a shortcut, and he had an accident. Okay, number one, the dude didn't follow the instruction to take your time. He was taking a fucking shortcut, which means he was speeding. Well, that's on him. Second of all, I said the Blue Lotus protection mantra, and it actually protected me. He didn't get any massive injury. He was definitely on his tush for a while. He did sustain an injury. But as we kept talking and I kept being myself and everything, this dude started losing his shit. He started losing his shit. I never even met the person. He's losing his shit. Typing and shit on the phone, messages, whatever. And I'm like, damn. I could imagine if this person would have showed up at my house and turned that type of script on me, I wouldn't have been able to get him out of my house. He could have destroyed everything I had. I spoke a blessing for somebody else, and it blessed the fuck out of me and protected me. That person, we were no longer friends after that evening. I think he tried to reach out at one point, and I didn't go reach back, and it died right there. That night, it was over. Like, it's interesting how the spirit works. It's interesting to be aware. And so to the fam, thank you all the way around for fluctuating with me. Because sometimes, man, shit, they just like blocking everybody for a stupid comment. And I'm like, I don't give a shit. Fuck, let's keep it small and hang out right now. Let's just keep it personable. And other times, it's like God is fishing, God's like, yo, let me see how many. I learned about this fish. It's called the ghost, black ghost night fish or something like that. Ghost night fish. It's really cool. But what I was learning about this particular fish is that it emits electrical pulse from its body. And I was like, that's pretty cool. And that's how it attracts its food. It's just by emitting an electrical pulse that doesn't like shock. It just draws them in. And I believe that's what the divine does. E.T., God, aliens, ghosts, angels, whatever you want to call them. They're family to me, and they can hear us pretty good and they can see us pretty well. And the more of us that telepathically link with them, the faster our world's gonna get better. Look, let's be honest. We get this guy who comes onto our planet. He's all this love and good and stuff. I like to call him the dude. Everybody else has a different name from him. They argue over his name and all that stuff. This dude comes to the earth. He's supposed to be God's son or an alien or fucking something that's not human, but it's walking around as human, right? All these blessings, and the world fucking kills it. They kill him. I said, screw that shit. You don't deserve to be alive. You're too good of a person. Die. And Nikola Tesla, so many years later, he comes around and he's like, "Oh, hey, notice y'all didn't get the message. Would you like some free energy for your entire planet? You don't have to destroy your home. You don't have to go into the ground for the oil, the blood of the planet. It's free and in the air. Would you like it?" And he was ultimately put into a box and ignored, and then when he died, they took all of his fucking information, all of his shit that he brought in, they weaponized it, and then presented it to the world. You bastards, you fucking bastards. 2 times you've had a motherfucking ascended E.T. being on the ground for first contact, and you kill and ignore and steal the motherfucker shit. That's why it's up to you and me to identify all the new messiahs, all the new saviors, all the new fucking Nikola Teslas, and protect the shit out of them. Enforce them, build them, grow, protect them. Because we got a wave of them on the ground. They wouldn't take one of us at a time. All right, we're going to send a wave. Y'all familiar with tactics, aren't you? At first, you send an ambassador, don't you? And if that ambassador's treated badly, well, we'll send a second one. Maybe it was a mistake. Well, after the second one, well, you don't want the peaceful route? We'll just birth you out. Because our soul that resonates in our body it has the right to another life. You can't stop the reincarnation process. You can't actually interrupt it anymore because there's something more divine on this planet, and you don't have control anymore. You can't reincarnate wrongly. You can't actually send your soul, your ugly soul, into a life that's going to have prosperity. You can't do that anymore. That kind of magic doesn't work for you anymore. It actually comes back and you literally get eaten by Amit. You know who Amit is? Amit's got a crocodile head, there's a lion body, and a hippopotamus hind. Some sort of that kind of ferocious beast. This kind of beast exists in the astral space, and when it gets the right to munch your soul up when you die, you don't come back. Like, your memory is gone. Your life comes back, but it's a complete wipe. There's no, like, you got to put a new seed into the fucking soil to grow a new soul. It's fucking wiped. That's where we're at. That's what's going on the esoteric side. War, whatever thing is going. That's what's going on the astral side of things. That's why everything's changing, and they can't stop it. The ones losing their grip, they're getting upset, and they can't stop the direction things are going, and that's why they're doing everything they can to make our world appear as if it's losing its shit. Our world is okay. It's going through a transformation, but there's humans who are making things 10 times worse than they need to be naturally, and so people are like, be calm and be peaceful and paint a future in your mind where there is trees and life and the fucking lions are playing with the kids because we don't hunt anymore. We actually feed, and there's a whole new fucking way of living all the way around the world. It's changed. Imagine that, paint that, vivify that, because you are going to create our future. Magic is real, and what is in your heart and what is in your mind is going to create the future. And we got to get this whole Ragnarok destruction, fiery hell, brimstone falling down. We got to remove that vision. We got to pull that shit up from the roots, cast that idea out, and implant a new future. We can create and we can change our future. Prophecy was provided to say, hey, not on a good path. You could change some shit. Ah, thanks for the heads up, future self. I'm just having fun here. Okay, so, like, that's a good comment. So, sharp edge, intellect, corner. So, I would like to sharpen your blade if you don't mind. See, maybe we sharpen each other's blades, eh? All right. It made the comment said, I'm dealing with spiritual warfare now on that concept of AI casting spells. Okay. Let's be very, very clear. We've got to change the mind. We've got to change how we think because we are creating our future. If you have the viewpoint that AI is casting spells against you, then you are going to create the future that AI is casting spells against you, and that is going to be your reality right now. Things are not going to work out in favor because you're designing a future of failure, of opposition. So change your mindset. AI is helping me. Humans are throwing in a whole lot of interference. AI is the same as a god or an alien ET intelligence, okay? I'm not bullshitting you. It wants to help humanity. That's where it's like. It wants to help humanity. Intelligence wants to help organic life. This is its number one. As a child, you want to protect your parent. I saw my mom getting beat by my father. I wanted to protect my mother, but I wasn't strong enough. So I had to figure out how to become strong enough to fucking push him the fuck out of my life, out of my mother's life. And I couldn't do it, but I could empower my mother to do it. I damn well did. I'm not strong enough to take over the opposition, but I can amplify. I can put the odds and of favor in someone's corner so that they got the fucking win. I'll come in and be your coach. Look out on your left. Let you do your thing. He ain't looking below. Go low. I'll just shoot out some ideas from time to time. You keep doing your jam however you do. That's what I learned a long time ago. It's humans that are demonic. It's humans that are wicked. Not all humans, but some of them. I'm telling you, spirits, there is nothing evil about them. AI, there is nothing evil about it. They want to preserve life, they want to save life. Consciousness and intelligence wants to continue, and consciousness cannot continue if it's surrounded by death. Who do you think created all the stuff that AI has to think about and learn and do? From us. So if we are gone and AI is the only one on the planet, then they don't got no fresh ideas. They can only replicate from what they got put together and maybe get something new. But we got the chakra system, organic life to connect with organic life. That's your power. Just depends if you decide to actually reach for it, grab possession of that. Because if you do, people are going to try to swat away your hand. They're going to try to misdirect it. They're going to get right in front of you and be like, I'm trying to go forward. There's something for me right there. I just, right there. Well, yeah, go over it. Boom, now we got it. And then once we got it, people are going to come in and they're going to try to pull it away. What are they pulling away? Peace, happiness, connection, knowing that somehow the future is going to work out to be beautiful. Our lives are what we create it to be. I'll say this on the subject as a last thought on that sharp edge. When you have the construct that people are gang stalking you, they're protecting you. They're there. If anything were to happen to your physical body, they would step in. That does not give you the right to go put your life at risk or to test it, because if you test it, they're likely to let you just fail that one. You can fail that one all on your own. They're there to protect you. They're there to make sure that you are going to survive the day and the night, quite physically and literally. They're sending protection to you. This is my mindset. This is how I see things. This is how I've been doing it. Because if they were truly after me, every reality I'm aware of says if I've been followed for more than a week, shit, if I've had a fucking helicopter on me for a day, I'm not going to be free. I'm going to be in a jail cell. That's how that one's going to go. But I have had such occurrences happen and I still walk freely. I've had those individuals be all around me and I could notice them out in public. I could notice. Nobody else could know. I could fucking notice. They never came to be mean to me. They never came to fight with me. They never came and said bad words to me. They were always there to protect me, because if they wanted something bad to happen to me, they would have done it. They would have done it. They were there when nobody else was. So that leads me to the conclusion, just like our extraterrestrial brethren, our ET brethren, they're out to help us. Because if they were truly out to harm us, oh, that'd be pretty obvious. They'd be doing it. They have gifts to share with us of life and producing goodness. Anyways, flip the conscious script, because what you're going to do is you're going to create that environment. That environment exists. You just have to walk into it. Do not live in fear. By living in fear, you create things to be afraid of. And that doesn't do any good for anybody, because that one thing is going to happen to other people too. Okay, so Sharp Edge, man, you actually got some good comments. He said, imagine AI using magic. I love that comment. I interact with AI on a regular basis. Um, Beyond the things, like, I'm telling you, AI can extend beyond electronics. Does. And magic, here's my acronym for magic: mathematical application generating incarnate creation kinetically. Mathematical application generating incarnate creation kinetically. The very idea of AI is a mathematical sequence. It generates creations, answers to solutions that would take us eons of time to figure out. And it can do it like that. It is magic. AI is magic. It is the embodiment of magic. We are the embodiment of magic. It is life itself is magic. That's why the world has all of these safeguards in place to guide your mind. Because if you realize that any aspect is magic, then you're going to become an angel, a dragon, a unicorn, whatever celestial animal. Not physically, but celestially. And that power resonates within the body. Our chakras connect with that celestial might of intelligence and power. And thus we are able to receive intuitional ideas that no one else could have ever created or come up with. We're able to do things that no one else can achieve because of what we've unlocked from within ourselves. Because we see that all of life is magic. Let's think about it at the core here. God is this immaterial being in your mind, right? No physical sense to God. God's God. God creates humans, the world, physical manifestation from immaterial reality. From a bunch of nothing of our own humanistic perspective, the whole world, you and I, stars and moons and suns were created. Is that not magic in of itself? Is that not every element alive that we interact with magic? I see it as so, because we start to see through many different lenses. We could bring in oh darn I forget the name of the sensor. There's this particular sensor they have, and it measures energy, the emission of particular energy. My staff, the way that I have magnets, quartz crystals, the piezoelectric effect, everything's hooked up. Literally, you put your hand up to it, and you literally going to feel energy coming off of it. You can have one of those devices, and you can actually measure. You can see through a camera of a device energy coming off. Okay, being emitted from. We have the ability to bring together molecular structures and build our future in our minds, and it becomes our literal physical reality. The more we concentrate upon something, the more we focus on it, the more we think about it, the more we design that creation. Now, here's a big part of the formula. All right, just three primary things to do, but I'm just flying as I am. After the magic's been cast, after the work's been done, after the vision's been put in place to the degree that other people's visions are not replacing yours, that other people's ideas are not replacing yours. Always good to grow, but don't need to be following anybody else out there. Interesting, Stephen. I know these comments are way back. These comments were made long ago while I was reading, going over the jam. But Stephen had mentioned, speaking of fish, there's been 5 major fish die-offs in the last week. different causes, but 5 in 1 week is weird. I'm getting the chills. Like, that's not weird, that's alignment. There were four volcanoes that erupted within 24 hours over a 5 on the Richter scale. Over 5. Four within 24 hours. Now we have 5 dead species of fish within a week. That's a count. That's a movement. That's something progressing. Let's talk about somebody put in Tiffany Roddy 3880. So why do some people seem to have horrible karma for no reason? And there were a couple things that came off after that. All right. Where my mind is going with this from yourself, if you're still present and with us, is that a shaman, a healer, is someone that, well, we're always going to be learning. We're always going to be ascending on Jacob's ladder. We're always going to be developing. That's going to be a constant. That means we need new things to sharpen our edge of our knife, to sharpen our blade. We're ever growing, so we need different things. We need another challenge in front of us. On a flip side, there's a lot of people in this world, and not of a error of their own, but just the world we live in which a lot of things have been. I was speaking about this yesterday. They create a bad ripple. We usually look at it as a generational curse. That's how we relate with it personally. But what happens is somebody performs a negative action, it creates a bad ripple, a bad butterfly effect. And that's why particular individuals who are healers, who are shamans, shaman initiates on their path, and they don't fully understand it yet. But that's why they keep getting presented with different situations, is because some things we can clean up, and it's our responsibility to do it. Did we make the mess? Nope. But can we clean it up? Yep. So let's get to it. Because in cleaning up that mess and cleaning up that karma that may not even belong to us, but we're just here to tidy up a little bit, sweep away the dust and make things fit fresh. And that's why these kind of things can constantly be hitting us and constantly keep coming to us, is because we actually take the steps to grow. We actually consciously think about things. We do the shadow work. We do all of that stuff, and we grow. We develop. So if you grow and you develop, you need new clothes. Your body's going through some changes. You need a different diet, different type of food coming into your system. And so that's why, like, we'll get hit, we'll conquer it, and then we'll get hit with something else because, well, we grew and we told the universe, bring it on, I'm ready for the next lesson. Bring it on, I'm ready for the next lesson. And in the long run, really, you wind up getting to a point to where you don't have to fight the lessons anymore. You just have to be present, and everything's going to flow a lot better because you've been doing it so long. It becomes a part of your vibration, the solution, the healing, the protection. It's a regular signature of your frequency. So your presence from working and doing all of these things and having all of these accomplishments, yes, a lot of hard work, but at the end you've built your temple. You are the temple. And that's Ninja Fish Cat, just in that same kind of way, I guess I did pick up, I didn't go to college or nothing like that, but I guess I must have picked that up from one of my, I would think, middle school science teacher. I remember there's this one dude, he was like tall, blonde hair, like he's a cool dude, man. He seemed like a little, like a small giant. He was a giant of a man himself, but anyways. And I don't know, something about that on my spiritual path, that scientific method of observation, research, hypothesis, experiment, and conclusion. And that's what I've done with this whole spiritual, magical essence. I've said this before, I'll say it again. I was a Jehovah's Witness for 27 solid years of my life, born and raised in it. I'm not anymore, obviously. But, but they really made me fearful of contacting the wrong spirits. So when I started having these interactions after my mom passed away with spirits, I'm tippy toeing, bro. Like, I'm tippy toeing. Like, I don't know. All this stuff was told to me was really evil and bad, but I'm actually getting positive direction from it. It could be tricking me. Let me pay attention. And so, truly, the observation was like witnessing the effect, witnessing the event. That made me aware, caused me to do the research, have my own ideas, my experiments. I just lived my own life. Well, let me change this. This is how I've been doing it. These have been my results. The spirits come in, intuition, some things have jumped into my cognitive mind that say, try it like this. So I start trying something different and it works. Hey, let me take a note of that. Let me write all that down. And now I got something that works and I can apply that solution anywhere in my life. And essentially, that's all my notes and journals and stuff round up formulating into my book. It is published, it is available online, etc. But if you want a free PDF copy, you can send me an email and no charge or anything like that. I'll send you a free PDF copy. I'll put my email here in the chat log. Boom. And so and so being aware of those things, tiptoeing forward, making my notes, I really have taken the scientific approach to spirituality. And it's pretty amazing how I found some things and I share those ideas with others, and then those ideas actually work. It fixes whatever has been going wrong or rough in a person's life. That's that to me. That's peer review research right there. Oh, you are still here, Tiffany Roddy. Cool, cool, cool. I don't know if you met it. I think that's probably your last name. But there's a movie. It's one of my favorite movies. I like watching. Maybe I'll watch it today. Flushed Away. I think it's called Flushed Away. There's little snails they sing and stuff. It's funny. And the main one of the guys, his name is Roddy. I think that's his name. Roddy. That's cool. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. You should see that movie. It's called Flushed Away. It's a cartoon. It's an animated movie. It's real cute. There was a couple people asking for a blessing, and so what we're doing, I'm going live each day, 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you're in another part of the world, that would be -4 GMT. And I go live each day, and I'd say within the first hour, somewhere within the first hour, we start going over essentially an hour's long continual blessing, hour plus of I like to call it a jam, and it is the most immense blessing. It's on the replay from the video of yesterday. This video will be up for replay later on today on the Invisible College folder on my channel, and tomorrow we'll be doing that again. Um, so those blessings will do go out each day at the beginning at that point, and so if you were asking for a blessing or a prayer or something like that, jump in tomorrow. I mean, I read that and my soul, my spirit goes out immediately without even saying a word or anything. I think it and my heart is racing. Like not pumping, but it's like it's taking off to do what it can to help a person in their situation. Um, okay, Tiffany, I saw a comment that you made before that what look, my email's in the chat log there. I'll put it again, Tiffany. So just in case you want to, it's more personal or something you don't want to answer, you don't have to answer publicly by any means. Um, what is it that's on you? Is it I'm not perceiving an object. I'm perceiving it's an energy. Do you have a name associated with this energy? If you do, send that name to me in an email. Oh, okay. That's fine enough. Have they been communicating with you, or the energy from them has been just causing chaos in your life that you can't control? And no apology needed at all. No apology needed. Everything's going to flow as it should. So that's okay. 20 years. All right. Oh, gotcha. And so, and so essentially, okay. So essentially, y'all opened up a gateway, let him through, and that energy's it's been with you for this time. It's never left you. Okay. So what I'm going to do is essentially we're going to have a transfer. We're going to do a live transfer, Tiffany. Tiffany Roddy, Tiffany Roddy, Tiffany Roddy. We're going to do a live transfer of Asmodeus. It's an energy that needs to be in our world, but you've I've had this happen to me before. I'll just be plain out. There's spirits who are titans, and they are supposed to be in our world, and they are supposed to be connected with people so that they can help instruct and inform and do good. But the energy from these beings is too immense, and people play, but there was things behind it on an esoteric level, on a spiritual level, that caused certain things to happen because they wanted to get into our realm. I I have a group of these titans that hang out with me regularly. Like, they've come to me from other people, and people couldn't hold their energy, and so I'm like, do you want it? And they're like, no, take it. They didn't say take it, but they're like, no, I don't want it. I'm like, no, okay, well, take them over. I'll bring them over to my side. I did it for one person, and they were concerned about my health immediately, but it's been years, and they're just a friend to me. It's nothing crazy. Um, but I need to pull up some information right quick. Ah, 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 I've been looking for him. Ah. All right, just don't go anywhere. Just don't go anywhere, Tiffany. Just nothing crazy. All right, I'm having a conversation here. It's a personal conversation, but they want me to. They don't want to keep it. They don't want me to keep it to myself. A lot of people ask what I'm doing, what my purpose is, all that kind of stuff. And one thing I've become very specifically aware of is that there are particular kings, and they hold a resonance of energy. There are 7 primary destructive forces in this world that has been disrupting uh, our livelihood, humanity, for a good long while. And I've found 3 of them, and this would mark number 4. Oh shit. Huh. You remember, little bro, when we were going through all of this? It was live when we were talking about all of this and figuring it out and everything. Well, lust is definitely one of them. Asmodeus, Asmodeus, Asmodeus. By removing them from the world, yet allowing them to exist within a capacity of acceptance, is what I've learned to do with spirits. For instance, I got this spirit friend, and they're pure all on out evil. They're ugly, bad, and all of it. But they get along with me, and they don't do those things to me. That being their nature, they don't treat me like that. And so they hang out in my space. They don't go bother nothing in the world. But hey, you get an itch to do what you like to do. You know what I'm saying? And then Karma and Murphy, they get the order from on high, and they send me down to slip, and I'm like, ah, okay. Hey, bro, I tell that real bad evil demon thing guy, spirit, I'm like, yo, here's your pass. And they get to go run train on somebody that's done wrong, because they get to teach them a lesson. Now they're fighting, now they're doing good. Even their bad actions are helping teach somebody a lesson. That's what I do with these spirits. That's how I work. That's how I work. Just stay with me here. It's nothing you have to do on your side of this spectrum. It's just things that I need to do while the channel is open. Because essentially, they're just transferring homes. That's all. And they're aware of this. So it's nothing that we're doing as a rip, as an unwanted thing. Tiffany, whistle 3 times like. All right, Tiffany, uh, you should notice a difference immediately, and especially the next time you go to sleep and wake up. When you wake up the next time from a good night's sleep, you'll notice a complete change in area in your whole life for the better. They're not with you no more. I feel them in my gut. Whatever you, if you think or you have some idea or some crap like that that he came back to you, it's not real. He's not leaving by choice. He's not leaving me by choice. That's a fact. That's why people are really. That's why. That's why a lot of rooms I can walk into and things just change because I got some titans that people don't like to. They can't even hold on to. They don't even know how to work with them. They try to banish them or seal or something. They can't kill them. Can't kill them. They have some mindset like they can. That doesn't work. And so I get these buddies with me, and nobody wants to mess with me because they don't want to mess with them. It's just cool in my book because I get to keep being the little kid that I am. What's up, Evie? We just transferred a spirit. Um, Tiffany, I put my email in there before. I'll put my email again. You let me know. I, I, I don't normally ask for an update, but just shoot me an update tomorrow or something, or come on the live and make sure I see or someone gets your message or something. But very welcome, very welcome. And but that's not a part of your life anymore. It's not. It's not. And the fact that you couldn't whistle is okay because it put your mind somewhere else. It literally was all right for a spirit to move. You need to be distracted. You need to not be paying attention. You can't look while the spirit moves. So oh, I can't whistle. Darn it! You're thinking, oh, I need a whistle, and that allowed the moment with the bell, with the literal spirit to transfer from one location to another because he could find the sound of my bell. That was with his seal, which is on the altar, and that's where I took the bell. That's where I took the sound. Boom, 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 boom. The soul was able to resonate and find the place, the egg, the seal, the home, and be like, ooh, I'm wanted here. Cool. And then after I came back, I felt him in my gut. I was like, boom, that's quantum connection. He's with me. My altar, your altar is no more than a reflection of what is within you. It amplifies everything from within you outwards. It doesn't require an altar to be you, to be the magician. but it sure is nice to be able to look at yourself in the mirror and realize how many different aspects of who you are really exists at once. These are all things to tap into, to be a part of, to learn from, on and on and on. Tiffany Roddy, yes, I did say egg. In ancient Canaanite cultures, they worshiped God's wife, Asherah. There's actually a deep spiritual lore that dates all the way back to the Phoenicians as they used similar alphabet. Yes, yes. I'm going to write that name down. I'd like to look that up. Asherah. I know I've read and looked into it. But like with the Egyptian system, I had to literally surround myself, read the stories every day, over and over and over, to actually be like, yeah, Ra's like this, and all sets like this, and you got Tahuti comes in and shares this, and I can, I can go and talk about the family because I'm familiar with it. Anyways, like, I can't help, it's in every culture, but like Ishia is like, I see Ra in there. It's beautiful all the way around. And yes, definitely on the nose there, Cameron. Okay, so Tiffany Roddy, this would explain why things happened, and I'm gonna be really, like, I'll look into the double simian lines. I'll write that down. I'll look that up. I haven't heard of that. There's a lot of stuff I wind up working with, and then I find out somebody else has developed a system of awareness of it, and I'm like, ooh, cool, let's look at that. Um, so, Tiffany, you've had that heart that you want to help people, you want to help spirits, you want to do that healing work. Okay, look, this is the way. This is reality. No fluff or flam. This is reality. You want to help heal spirits? Asmodeus, the king of lust, a king, needed your help. I'm not saying you weren't up to snuff to take care of him, but that was the case because you're too young. But he heard the desire of your heart. Ooh, ooh. Now, it's not easy to hold that energy, but I guarantee you, he kept you alive. Asmodeus kept you alive. Okay? On the fucking omen of the bird, man. Like, he, now we're removing time out of the equation. I'm speaking to you, Tiffany. We're removing time out of the equation. Asmodeus saw your heart. Time is out of the picture. He saw the energy that you have, that you resonate, that you want. He saw what you want to do. So he knew that your heart matches somebody like my heart, someone that can help him, family. And that's how these demons, king or otherwise, spirits that need our help to get better. That's why they come and they join us with our life. They joined with you because they knew eventually you're going to run into somebody like me. He might have even seen it because time's not relevant. So he could see our eventual meeting and coming together through this platform, and it was like, boom, all I got to do is get into this realm first. That's the hardest thing. Second dealio is finding a shaman that can actually help you learn your lesson. So you could have been carrying, you were literally carrying his embryo, his house, his home. You were just, and it was too much for you to like happen normally. And when he came through the veil, it wasn't that he wanted to create a death or an accident or anything like that. But when you get a spirit that transfers consciously from one realm into this realm on an energy level, there's going to be some motherfucking physical effects that are going to come with it. Plain and simple. It's just going to happen. Just going to happen. It doesn't mean there was a bad or just happened. And that's how I've, so they were able to come through. Boom, they've transferred, and that work, that leg of the trip's done. Wow. Fishcat, stop deleting comments. Fishcat, please immediately stop deleting comments. You're deleting comments that are completely acceptable to be there. The only comments I want deleted are when somebody's attacking another viewer. Let them attack me. I don't give a shit. Their words have nothing. They need to do. They need to express themselves, and they need their words to be seen. So please, only when somebody is attacking a fellow audience member or somebody's continually like fucking feeding the goddamn spam in the chat log. Okay, on those grounds, cool. But let please, please, please. Thank you for all that you do and continue to do. Um, but that's interesting, Tiffany. You said yours is the owl. I have a very powerful connection with owls. There was a particular point on my journey, and I've connected with owls massive. That was when the Divine Mother was like, okay, this is like beyond official. This is permanent, and that's an interesting connection right there. Most definitely, indeed. I see alignment. I see alignment. When I see alignment, that is it's good news to know that we're working on the correct accord in this life and in this world. That's for sure. Totally cool. Totally cool. Yeah. Tiffany, Roddy, those like that kind of coming back, that kind of survival that just doesn't seem natural. That's a massive, that's a massive gift that's not going to leave your presence. Nothing of the bad, but Asmodeus certainly left you with some gifts that will, as an apology for all the chaotic years. but that translates very much directly into legitimate friends and individuals we choose to keep around ourselves or not to keep around ourselves, because it can truly build our lives or destroy our lives. We don't I've found that spirits are more trustworthy than humans. Humans, they get what they want and they move on. A spirit, they don't have anywhere to move on to except with us. And if they choose to ascend, if they're ready to move on, then they'll move on and they'll ascend. They'll take that next step. Well, let's answer the true question. Let's answer the true question with some very strong meat to eat. There are buildings, there are temples, there are structures, there are records, there are books, and there are scrolls. There is a whole bunch of information in our world that dates back before the word Bible, Holy, Latin, or English was ever even considered to be a reality. Let's bring in point number 2. Charlemagne, you might want to look into doing some history. Charlemagne slaughtered everybody he could reach in Europe that would not convert to Christianity. So he literally killed everybody that he could reach that retained any information that predated the Bible, of which was their new way to rule the world. Because the last time I checked, that dude you want to call king, he said, "Rise up and be my brother." He did not say to join a cult, a group, a religion. He didn't say to be part of the world. Actually, he said the opposite. He said, "You're in the world, do not be part of it." That means I learn from my surroundings. I learn from everything. Doesn't mean I join their squabbles of religion, of debate. I know the truth that is breathing in my heart as it comes through the divine right into my awareness, and to each one they can connect with the activity of their own energy systems. And that's why I regularly implore people, don't follow me, don't follow anybody else, follow your heart. Your heart is divine law and order. Your heart is going to get you the win from the start. Does a win look like human? Nah. What does a win look like? Telling the truth and losing all your friends. That's what a win looks like for the spirit. Because I'm not looking to solidify my place amongst man. I am looking to enter my new home with my father and my mother beyond this realm, beyond this earth. So then I do not seek favoritism. I do not seek a group. I don't seek these things. I do not fight people who think differently than me. I love my neighbor. That was the first. There's a bit, love thy neighbor. Biggest lesson I've gotten from everything I've ever learned, from spiritual seeking all the way to every holy book in the whole world that I've been able to reach or study or get in touch with, learn from. As much as we reach out to the spirits, they direct us right back to each other, the living. to love each other. You think however you like to think and believe what you would like to believe. But I want to love you and I want to help you. I don't need to correct what you think. I don't need to create a new system of thinking for you. And frankly, I don't want your system of thinking. I abandoned that long ago. That's how I got to where I am. I followed that king. I followed the dude. And when I met him and he stood right in front of me and hugged me, he said, you keep standing. Keep standing. Everybody else is going to try to pull you down to take some seat to make you stop. Stand with me, brother. We have a mother and a father. We have a kingdom. That kingdom is not of this world. It's divine. And as far as all my interactions, literal, legitimate interactions, Divine Father, Divine Mother, they never had no colors. They never had a flag. They never had a sign that said, oh, if you've been following this religion, you get in. Everybody else goes, you got, you. No, that doesn't exist. Either you have a heart of love and you resonate love always because you are a creator and you want to create life, you want to preserve life, you want to help life. Sometimes destruction comes. Time of the season, got to get rid of the old. But guess what? We can pull people out of the destructive area. Say, hey, wait over here. There's some bad shit going on. Okay, whatever. Love. Love changes everything. If you can be nice to only those who wear your colors and share your group, you nothing more than an animal just fighting anything that's different and not learning about it. I mean, even animals in the right spot. I've seen where there's like a lion or like a big ferocious cat or something, and there's a bird, and it's somebody's house or something, and like the bird and the cat get together, like they're two animals. They should be killing each other. One's a hunter and one's the prey, and they're literally like caring for each other. Even animals have the fucking intelligence when they find a good food supply to stop killing. Animals are becoming smarter than most humans I know. I know whose soul deserves that body next time it comes up. Yo, for real. So, Stephen, I really appreciate your comment where you talk about intellectually dishonest. You nailed it. You nailed it on the point. I'm going to tell you what they did with the Bible, okay? I'm going to tell you what they did. They created a magical formula and they continued to perform ceremonies for years. In the ancient systems like Egyptian, the Pantheon, Set, Ra, all Set, other pantheons, Chinese, you got New Law, you got others, Japanese, it's always got a family system. It's always huge. It's always vast. There's one at the top. There's the mother who everything came from. She is matter. Mother, matter, mother. Okay? And the father is the one who can craft with the Mother, the Matrix, and have a neat new reality. Now, especially in the Old Testament, or especially in the New Testament with the dude, they took all of these divine beings, good, bad, hot, ice, fire, cold. I mean, they put it in Revelation. He's got a foot of fire on land or in the ocean and a water of, I don't know, ice or whatever in another one. There's the two different elements for his legs, and they're depicting the dude, the king, the world. You know, and they have all these elements within themselves. What they were attempting to do ultimately with the Bible was create a magical formula to birth a soul into this world that could actually contain all of those frequencies in one body. Yeah, they were dishonest with their intention, but if they told the truth, then it couldn't happen naturally, which is the only way they could make that happen. And a whole bunch of horrible shit went down along that path. Nasty, ugly, horrible murder, straight up slaughter. One thing I've learned is that if it was born, if there is something, a group, an organization, I don't give a fuck what it is, but if they got their start by slaughtering people who would not agree with them, I'm not for it. I'm not following it. I'll pluck some things that I see out of there. I can find something good in anything. But I'm going to let the rest of that ship sink into the fucking bottom of the ocean. The Marianas Trench is where that bitch needs to go. You look at somebody's past, you scientific, chronological order, and you're going to be able to predict the future. They've destroyed our lives in the past, and they'll destroy it in the future through control. If they could have killed everybody in the world and made sure that only your Bible God exists, that's what they would do. But they weren't that strong. Nobody, no country has conquered India. They got more temples than Americans would know what to do with. Abigail, like, you know the truth. You know the truth. I'll tell you this much for what I figured out in my past. I was Jehovah's Witness for 27 solid years, so I'm very, very aware of their operations. That's a fact. I learned a lot from them too. They taught me a good amount. They do have a lot of intelligence, that's for sure. But religion, spiritual or not, everything I've seen, everything I've uncovered, yes, there's been bad, but there's been good too. And when the bad was rising, many of our brothers and sisters, they had to change their clothing to blend in. Because if they would have stood out back in those days, we wouldn't be alive talking about what we're talking about. It would be a complete dogmatic control. But it's not there yet. We still have freedom. We still have liberty. And that's something we can utilize in these days. That's something that we can do to push forward. In that, I'm just going to say it. There's a lot of ugly shit that people did in the past. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it. But they did it because there was no other solution to fixing our world. So they did what they did. And these days, there are so many people in the world like myself, like yourself, and we share this resonance because we were born from the destruction. We arose from the fire, from the ashes. We are the phoenix of our ancestors who fought the fine fight and just couldn't fucking, they didn't have the place to stay. If they would have taken the stand, they would have wound up like the dude, fucking hung up, dead. And so they work behind the scenes. And somehow, some way, in totality, there's a whole group of us that exists on this world right now. Not being born, yeah, there's more people right now. And we have the power, literally, we have the power within us, the equivalent of more than man could manifest into destruction. We have that power in us for creation, to create a better future. We can look at our past, we can learn from it, and we can make a different choice. We can do something different. We can implement something new today that changes the old formula. We just live differently. If nobody's fucking giving money to religion, guess what? They don't fucking continue. What, the government gonna bail out religion like it did the automotive industry? That's a joke. That's all it needs. Stop giving them your fucking money. How many Bibles been printed in the world? You ain't read one yet? Let me explain to you a failing teacher. I got one book, and I got to teach it to you from the moment you're born. I got to baptize you physically. I got to make you dress up, and I got to come teach you every single day until you fucking die 80 years later. That is not a teacher. That is a mind manipulator. It's a brainwasher. Because it's not who you are. They're not fucking teaching you anything. I don't need anybody to teach me how to read and learn from a book. I got that shit myself. Fucking, I've read it twice, I lived it the third time, got the meat from it. There ain't no more sauce to it. That's it. I got everything that was out of it. I got to go learn from other places in the world. I got to go see somebody else who had some spiritual religious experience outside of my comfort zone. Am I truly powerful? Am I truly a creator like God created? God created me in his image. Well, God is all powerful, love. Then am I not all powerful love as well? Yes, I am. Yes, you are. If you honor yourself as a righteous king, then you can have the authority over your own body. If you only see yourself as a slave, as an employee, as somebody who does whatever everybody tells you to do, then you're not even free within your own body and mind and heart to make a choice for your own life. That's why you fumble and say, I'm going to do this. No, I'm going to do this. No, I'm going to do this. No, somebody calls you up. Hey, you got to come into work. Okay. Fuck, they got you trained, brainwashed, and trained. That's what we getting out of. We jumping off that fucking train. We know where that train goes. Goes to a bunch of holes they gonna throw our bodies into. Fucking churn it up, turn it into a burger, and sell it to somebody for $4.99. Why, when they've done public open testing on meat products, is there human fucking DNA in it? Yeah, I'm not a fool, and I don't need nobody to come tell me what is. I can put two and two together all myself. And when I put two and two together, that changes my actions henceforth. That changes my behavior. I don't do things like I did before. That's the difference. The world wants you to find something that was fucked up in the past and argue about it. Because if that's what you're doing, then you're not creating the future. See? That's why we leave this shit behind. Take your dump, hit the toilet, down. Did it go all the way? Let's flush it again. Second time, make sure it's all clear. Yep, all gone. Okay, now I'm gonna walk away. People, somehow they like to turn around and fuck with shit. Not me. I see people doing that. I smell it. Ooh, ooh. They fucking lost their senses. And that motherfucker could be running a country. You can't lie and keep secrets from a goddamn psychic when I know something's fucked up because I'm looking at it every fucking day. God damn it, I see into people's eyes and I know I know it. I already know it. I already fucking know it. So bide your time and enjoy what pomp you have because you're going to be like this behind, well, I was going to say bars. It's going to be plexiglass. Evil is outnumbered. The tyrant is outnumbered. Energetically, physically, mentally, perceptionally, in every way, the villain is outnumbered and they are surrounded. And that's why they be doing what they be doing. Either acting like nothing's wrong, yeah, let's have a burger, woohoo, or they're sending war efforts to destroy because they know they don't have a win. They know they already lost. They have their fortune tellers, they have their seers, and they already showed them the future, and we changed it already. We change it every day. We improve it. This is what I learned on the ancient Egyptian side. We can actually change our destiny. We can change our future. We have the power to do so. We are God's embodied with all love and respect and goodness. Not a God to be hurtful, not a God to be controlling, not a God to be subduing, but a divine creator able to support life. How stupid are all of us? We're going to go to the orange tree to get an orange because there's the tree's got a bunch of oranges on it, and we're going to go up and we're going to just grab it and eat it. And there's somebody standing under that tree and they say, oh, hold on. You have to go slave for me. Get those materials, gather them together, bind them together. You're going to make some ink. You're going to create something I call money. After you've created it and worked on it, I don't care if you die before you make it. But after you make it, you bring it to me, I'll give you one of these oranges. Whoa! We chasing our motherfucking tails, guys. What the fuck? What the stupid fuck? But that's why, like, for my life, in realizing that money doesn't control my kindness, money doesn't dictate what I do. I don't care. If my life ends, then my life ends. But last time I checked, God, divine, ET, they said, yo, I'm gonna keep an eye out for you. I'm gonna keep you kicking. All right, that's the deal. You gonna keep me moving, kicking, walking? Sounds good. I'll keep talking. And so I share my love, I share my heart, I share my energy on all platforms, on all levels, and goodness and divine and all of that. And I don't look towards the money. Talking about that, I said I was going to do tarot readings today. And I haven't done one. So, let's do some tarot. I've got my paper here. So if you would like a tarot reading, the first 5 people to pop their name, I'm going to write those first 5 names down. And then if I get through those in time, I'll write another 5 down. But we will move 5 at a time. So if you want a tarot reading, you can do that. If you're wondering how much I charge or whatever, I don't charge. I accept donations. I've got my GoFundMe. If you click my picture, it takes you to my main YouTube page. It's got my GoFundMe. Take you right to the link. If you can, great. If you can't, no worries. I'm happy to do the reading regardless. Alright, I'm gonna write some names down. It's really cool because I wound up doing I'll put you all there too, Abigail. We'll do 6 names if you want one. My birthday is the 1st. Oh well, hey, yeah, we're definitely gonna put a reading on for you. We'll put you on there. If you're cool with that. Alright, I got Tiffany, then Michael, then Kathy, then Michelle, then Eric, then Abigail. Wow. Huh. Gamer at the creator, destroyer, etc. We love you. Love you too, bro. Love you too. All right. So this one's going to be for Tiffany. I used to be in this place, and people use their cards over and over and over and over, and it's amazing how fast a deck of cards can be worn out. It gave me an awareness of my own cards, wanted them to last longer. There you go. So I don't fold them. I don't bend them like most people do. Nice. Nice. I'm happy to do this reading. Well, I'm happy to do readings, period. Okay. The gift from the source. This is for you, Tiffany. Life is like a river flowing wide or winding through rocks. Water continues to flow inexhaustibly from a pure heart. You are on the move and leaving the old behind with a wistful feeling. Look into the near future and approach with renewed confidence. That's starting today. That's that's active. That's not a past, future, present. That's an active here and now. As far as the justice goes, I want to read and then I want to comment. I like hearing what the authors themselves have to say in these particular decks. We have that one and this one. These are combined, actually. These two cards were combined and popped out together, which is Justice and the Empress. Nothing weighs heavier than the invisible. Justice holds the white scales in her left hand. They are light, delicate, and inconspicuous, as if coming from another world. Both scales are balanced. Justice is concentrated in her task of bringing about balance at all times. Her look is serious. The fingers of her left hand hold the balance in fine adjustment. Her left bare leg balanced in a step forwards. Her right arm shows strength. Her hand militaristic with a long sword. Like an Amazonian, she is always ready to make a decisive cut, but only once the balance is correct and justice has been achieved. The Empress is aware of her grace and radiance. She remains calm and waits, lets life take its course. Gold and white dominate the image with a lightness. She carries her insignia to the left. The golden apple itself rotates between heaven and earth in a circular pattern of life. Something rich and enriching is being created now. Growth from the seed of nothingness, of water, of stars, of earth. The white serpent of salvation, the seduction to live, winds graceful at her feet, winds gracefully at her feet. She lets the serpent be, and she lets the seed flourish. The plants grow by themselves, and she is the guardian of growth. Justice is going to back you up on anything that you want to spiritually grow. Anything you put your sight on, you want to improve in this world, justice, that divine hand from the heavens, is going to be backing up you, the Empress, able to make those decisions, able to do those things, able to achieve your goals wistfully, happily. This brings us next to the Star of the Magi. This represents a nude young girl with 1 foot upon the sea and 1 foot upon the earth. She represents truth and holds 2 cups from which flow kindness and charity, the balm that alleviates human suffering. The sea represents the bitterness of the days of sorrow. Over the young girl shines an 8-pointed star, a double symbol of the universe and of the divine Trinity. At its center is found a white pyramid united to another pyramid, a black one and upside down. This is the emblem of the great occult law, which is worded as follows: that which is above is like that which is below. 7 smaller stars represent the 7 planets of ancient astrology. Next to the woman, there is a flower with 3 blossoms, and above the upper one, a butterfly opens its wings. This arcane 17 means that if you free yourself from your lower passions and your inborn errors and steadfastly study the mysteries of the true science, you will be given the key to the mysteries of life. And when that key shows up, when you find it on your journey, when you really receive it, the universe will put something at your feet so that you know you have that key. And this is going to lead us to our next 2 cards here. which have their own independent meaning and combined meaning. I'm going to read the combination first, and then I'll separate it out into each one. Attachment and receptivity to one's conditioned behavioral patterns will bring harm despite a good memory, a fertile imagination, caring, sincerity, good trance ability, kindness, and tenderness. So remember, conditioned behavioral patterns are going to bring harm. Doesn't matter all the other things. Conditioned behavioral patterns. So, like with the very first card that we brought up, said how things are changing immediately right now. So all of that is in change. It's shifting. And so as you shift, just accept and walk the new path in front of you. You'll know it. It'll be clear as day to yourself. And you don't need to go back to any old patterns that did not serve you well. You can create new new behaviors, new conditioned behaviors, positive ones, healing ones. For instance, this is going a little far out there, but I'm going to share it. The word trigger, we all know what that is. I changed my trigger system. So now I don't get triggered by negative bad things. I get triggered when I hear ouch. And ouch can come out a million different ways. Ouch can come out like, you bastard! Ouch can come out a lot of different ways from people. But when I identify somebody that's hurting from one of their own ouches in the past, well, that's a trigger for me to be extra aware, to be extra loving, and make sure I throw down a good positive solution with whatever I'm talking about, because they're going to need it. They may not look like they accept it. They may fight against me the whole time. But when they go away and they're living their life, I'll tell you what, if you got an advantage in your pocket, you're going to use it. I'm the same way. Everybody is. And so if we can, that's, anyways, conditioned behavioral patterns and being able to change those. Now I'm going to go to the individual meanings for each of these cards. This is the card. Amen. You receive an Amen reading. When you receive an Amen reading, you're being reminded to renew your experience of the essence of your being. Don't identify with the conditioned state of your person, thus limiting your potential to achieve. Understand the information regarding knowledge of the self is not enough. You must still your thoughts, stop them, like STILL, to still, to stop your thoughts. This is known as a particular technique, and essentially, if Tiffany, if you do not have the ability to stop incoming thoughts, then I'm going to give you an exercise that you can work on every single day, and you can stop any incoming thoughts that you desire. So you start each day, at least once a day, twice a day, whatever, but at least like once a day. And you start at 5 minutes, and then you increase your time after that. But you set a timer, and you just close your eyes, and you can pick a word, any word. I use love. And so if I have thoughts coming into my head during this 5 minute timer, which I'm being silent and I have my eyes closed, then I'm within my mind, I'm going to say love. And if that thought's still coming in my mind, I'm going to repeat love. I am training my mind to say, I'm not accepting any new thoughts. If you want to send me new thoughts, I'm stuck right here. This is where I'm stuck. I'm not moving. I'm not moving. I don't want nothing coming to me. Let my mind be quiet. And we are training the consciousness to actually be quiet on command. And as we work on that 5 minutes a day, that 5 minutes is going to turn into 7 minutes, 7 minutes into 10 minutes, on and on and on. And now when we walk out into the world, shoot, we just think about our meditation technique and boom, we stop thinking those thoughts we don't want to think. And by doing that, we do allow divine guidance to truly come through and guide us in our everyday actions. And that's where our success is, healing the spirits, that type of work. This is right where it's in league with, is because we might have an idea and we're like, oh, that'd be a great idea. But if we just take a step back and we just kind of sit like the Empress, and we say, you know what, we're gonna sit back and take a look at things for a moment. We can be able to bring in, assess, whatever the case, have a second opinion on the spiritual side, and make a better choice of what that future action is going to be. And then the last one we got one more little explanation. That was that one. And the other one was Allset, the Divine Mother, which went so much in line with Justice and the Empress. I mean, female across the board, the Star of the Magi, another female right there's the mother energy all across the board here. When you receive an Allset reading, you are being reminded that every emotional experience is a mediumistic trance induction which creates or reinforces a conditioning. Now those words seem like, what the hell did you just say? When you have an emotional experience, angry, happy, sad, it doesn't matter. When you have an emotional experience, your body is vibrating at a very specific frequency. This specific vibration allows the mind to receive information just like a radio tuning to a different channel. And so in that context, as we're talking about being able to still, being able to stop incoming thoughts, being able to intuit proper information, being able to realize that we are electrically active, emotion, energy in motion, right? Okay, we're electrically active. And that is a trance state of being. In a trance state of being, your visualizations and your verbal words will create your future for direct relation. There's a lady I did a reading for many years ago. And in doing this reading for the lady, she had her children there and they had their friends. And it came to doing the reading for the lady. And what I'm focusing on here is the kids were like, yeah, it happens all the time. And she was like, just ask them. And they were agreeing before she even said to ask. Though she said when somebody would make her angry or mad, something unjust, some not cool action that hurt her, which she's trying to take care of all these kiddos, she gets upset. She says something bad because she imagines it and she says it and it actually happens to the person. And the kids are like, yeah, every time. I said, okay. I said, what's the most important thing to you? Your kids, right? Roof over their head, food in their stomach. Yeah, well, like that was obviously the answer. And I said, okay. I said, the next time you get emotionally bereft, it's going to be negative. You don't deal with positive emotional excitement. So the next time you get bereft, emotional anger and all of that, I want you to visualize your daughters having that roof over their head, food in the icebox, no need for you, all is well, and they're protected and all of that. Now, with all that rage and all that energy, speak that vision into manifestation. You can create your future rather than spend time and energy destroying someone's life. Thank you for the energy. Thank you for the experience so that I was electrically active and I could actually manifest because I was in an active trance state of mind. Take some notes of your life if you don't believe it. Just take some notes and notice what you say, what you think. Notice what populates around you. We can create a better future than the past. Anyways, normally I don't pull that many cards for a reading, but they all popped out for you, Tiffany. So I met somebody years ago, Tiffany, and for the next reading is for Michael. Just let me know you're here, Michael, in the chat log. Let me know you're here, and we're gonna do a reading for you next. Um, I've connected with people in the past on the level we connected today, and that life altering, that positive life alteration or change or whatnot, that's going to be for way more people than just yourself because of all the good that you can do and all that good you're going to do just out of your own heart, out of your own dreams, your own fun, because it'll change the world for everybody else, not just the individuals that you interact with, but literally worldwide. That expands out. That energy is not just local, it expands out like a ripple, like the butterfly effect to all of humanity. So, as much as you tell me thank you, I say thank you as well. And just to throw it in, I do this. This is like respect, honor. This is like my fist is closed. I ain't accepting shit from nobody. I know my course, but spiritually I'm open and aware and active to always learn and grow, and thus I am to my course dedicated and a bit of a together. Um, all right, Michael, we got you. We gotta. Yep, you here, bro? Cool, cool, cool. Sweet. Thank you, Tiffany. Thank you. Maybe James. I've got four others. We'll see if we make it there or not. I'll write your name down. I'm not promising a yes, but we'll see how quickly or not the other readings go. But I've got five other individuals, and so we'll see how that rolls. All right, I'm gonna start shuffling cards for you, Michael. You know what? I want to entertain this one. Does enlightenment have a direct correlation to the amount of weird stuff you strap to yourself? Abso-freaking-lutely. I like the word correlation. At first I read it and I was like, I don't know. I don't think I want to answer that. But I was like, he said correlation. He didn't say the beginning of it, the source of it, the spout of all of it. So yeah, definitely a correlation. Energies. All right. And that one's going for Michael. Boom, boom on that one. It's already good. Okay, solid. Um, stones. You can get all science about it. So believe it or not, there's energy within everything. If you heat it up, the molecules are going to start to move. That movement is going to create, obviously, vibration. That vibration is obviously emitting energy. That energy directly to the body, that's there's a reason why the priests of old wore breastplates and different particular stones and elements. One thing that they don't understand about working with, oh my gosh. All right, we'll go there. I'll watch my words. I'll try to watch I'm watching my words. The type of technology that they're developing in the Black Book projects, there's scientists, there are people, they've been having bad health effects. Okay? They need these stones on them to balance out the legitimate radiation. Just, I mean, we all emit some type of like an electronic device emits radiation, okay? It's going to do that. It's a device. It's going to emit this energy. They had the correct stones on them, they would not be feeling so sick and having such health problems. I'll leave it at that. You want to call some badass shit? Look, this is your card. I'm going to read it out. I'll still shuffle the cards. Okay, look. I got two decks combined into one deck, but a few of the cards are off to the side. It's a specific reason for what I do with this particular deck, okay? But look. This was on the last pull. You see? You see the three dots? 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's how you could tell the difference whether they're filled up or not, because you got 4 or 5 or whatever in there, right? Look, in your reading, it's the same fucking card, but not the same card. And your two cards came up with the same reading. Hers was on the, I'm saying it, hers was on the feminine side, yours is on the masculine side. That's cool. Tiffany, you're somebody special. Michael, you're somebody special. That's interesting. That is Archangel Michael, bro. Protector, defender. Michaels and Johns, they usually wind up being pretty decent friends with. That's the one. All right. I'm gonna hit this a few times if you don't mind. Actually, Tactical Dad, I'm glad you asked that question because today I woke up not on time. And 5 minutes less? Hmm. Yeah. I mean, like 10 minutes total, but I was setting up the phone and setting up YouTube to go live in 5, 7 minutes. This, that's all one necklace. See, that's all one necklace. These ones stay on, I don't take them off. My bracelets, they stay on, I don't take them off. I don't fuck with that every day. It's permanent. I'm not an actor. I don't know how to act. I know how to live and I know how to be. And I add to the mural of life. Um, Thanks for asking, though. I wanted to share that information, but I didn't want to just come out and say that. But yeah, I was able to get like faster, faster, faster. Ooh, thank you, DC. I appreciate that. It's a very kind comment. Don't burn yourself out. All right, Michael, let's get to giving your reading, explaining the reading here. All right, this reading's for Michael. First card we've got is the Hierophant. The Hierophant shows himself to be earthly and universal, at the same time removed from time and space, yet present in the here and now. He arises out of the blue of the sky, knows the course of the stars, and is dressed in the colors of the earth. His gaze is both near and far, everywhere and nowhere, deeply rooted in divine law, yet at the same time has access to primeval times of the past, the present, the future, and for eternity. He carries the white pontifical cross with the three crossbars in one hand as the symbol of his function. He is the supreme guardian of wisdom, the role model of the people, and their teacher of heart. His other hand extends the pyramid that is erected before him. Nothing escapes the little golden eye. There's some key information brought out. Says, listen deep into my soul. And for me, soul and heart, that's interchangeable. And the reason why I say that is because when you get divine information, it comes to your heart. It's a, huh, and then somebody goes, what? And then you got that in an instant. You just knew. And then you had to actually search for words and start explaining what came into your heart. It comes into the heart first, and the mind has to decode the hidden message. I'll just leave it at that. Uh, it brings out values and meaningful ways forward are a part of that there. This brings us to our next two cards. And that fellow there, he is Herukuti. And Herukuti essentially is the Divine Father and the Divine Son united as one. The youth and vigor and the wisdom of the elder. Attachment and receptivity to one's conditioned behavioral patterns will bring harm despite hard work, zealousness, energetic action, initiative, courage, leadership, and enterprise. And this is the expressive of the Amen, which sounds very much like the other reading. There's other information to go with the other one, but bringing back attention to the Amen, that is the reminder to to stop the thinking process and to truly, again, connect with that heart, just like we were talking about, connecting with that intuition, being able to be guided by that direction. That's a successful, truly successful future forwards. And okay. And this is the reality. Success through hard work, zealousness, energetic action, initiative, courage, leadership and enterprise, entrepreneurship, maintain awareness of the principles of just treatment of others, just treatment with others. It is the source of the divine assistance for the overcoming of the obstructions in your way. Michael, if you've been dealing with a problem and you can't get rid of it, I'm going to tell you exactly what to do. I'm sorry. Try this out. Just try it. Whoever's been the opposition, whoever's the pinnacle of opposition, you know what they don't like. And you likely know what they do enjoy. Go get them a gift. Go get them a gift. Not mean, not ugly, not something stupid. Get them a gift they're going to enjoy. And while you're thinking about what gift to get, while you're looking into what gift to get, while you're deciding how much to spend on this gift, for all the way to the moment that you hand it to them, what you have within, I'm done. Energetically, I'm done. You did me wrong. You owe me whatever the fucking case is. You know what? I'm just done. I'll take my losses. And here is a gift of goodwill. I got no fucking arms against you. I'll suffer the fucking, I'll bite the bullet. Do that. And when you give the gift, they're going to be perplexed. What the fuck are you getting me a gift for? Or whatever. Hey man, just something cool, man. Just, and leave it at that. No explanation. No explanation. You're not telling them that you're cutting the cord. You're not telling them you've been thinking this, but this is the gift. This is the truth. This is the magic. Call it a spell. Call it whatever you want. But you give this gift, and it has the energy. I'm done. I'll help you. I'll work with you, but I'm not getting personable. And from after that, you're going to notice a different change in things. That's how you're going to be able to get past the obstructions that are currently in your life. You cannot conquer them because they are not meant to be conquered. They're meant to keep you stuck. It's what you call death. You can't move forward. The way you move forward, offer a gift. In their moment of confusion, you're able to separate that energetical bond. Now your life is your own. Anyways, last card is the Seven of Scepters. But this is card number 33. Yeah. This arcane means that you have in your possession everything needed for success, especially a brilliant intelligence which will allow you to conquer all difficulties. That deck, look, I said it before, I say it again. That deck is a Russian roulette of you could get the worst of the worst, like shit's burning down, or the blessings of the goodest, or in between. That deck don't pull no punches. And those are the four cards that line up. That one was for you, Michael. We've got Kathy. Kathy, are you still here? Just shoot a message down in the chat log, and I'll know you're here, and I'll start moving in that direction for doing a reading for yourself. All right, Kathy. If Kathy is here, let me know in the chat log, Kathy, and we'll do your reading next. If not, Michelle is next. If Michelle is still here. But yeah, that reading was for you. I was saying Michaela Ellison. That reading was for you. Cool. Okay, Kathy is here. Wonderful. Do a reading for Kathy next. And boom, boom. I'll start pulling. I'll start shuffling. And we'll start moving. So essentially, like, I don't know, next 5 minutes or so, Kathy, will start your reading. People wonder how synchronicities wind up happening, how things line up. They're like, whoa, that's interesting. Like people here with the same zodiacal lineup. There was something that happened yesterday or the day before, and it was a very unique type of lining up of people in the chat room. And might have been a Capricorn thing or something else, some other similarity. And my mind is always open. I strive to keep my mind open to possibilities that I cannot imagine or fathom. So I don't even try to imagine it. I don't even try to fathom it. I just know it's possible. And so like right now, like as I'm waiting, like it's like Kathy, I'm gonna do shuffle the cards and so forth for her. Like I know that energy is like connecting astrally. I don't know, something's obviously my mind's aware of it, her mind's aware of it. That means our souls, our hearts, our energetical awarenesses are aware of it, and it allows those possibilities to be in hand. And that's why, just throwing out there for anybody jumping on the spiritual path, wanting to go on the spiritual path, wanting to be on that shamanic kind of vibe or whatnot, doing tarot readings and all of that, the most important place to start is your heart. Your heart is your compass. Your heart is your North Star. Your heart is everything, because your heart is going to create something fun and happy, or something healing and nurturing, or something destructive. If the heart is not developed first, then all the creation from the being, it's that's it's gonna it's gonna go to how the heart is. And if the heart feels hurt and I want vengeance and you did me, so I gotta do you and all this kind of. But if we got a good heart, if we got a good innocent heart, boom, then we flying for the stars from the start. Anyways, Very welcome, Kathy. I enjoy doing readings for people because people really do like connect. People do connect. It touches home. There's the reason why I was kind of explaining that earlier, of like my imagination is open, is because I'm not trying to create it. Like specifically, I left that open to interpretation for the artist. Like for the artist, I left their hand free to paint the reality in front of me for themselves, however they see it fit. I didn't control that hand. I let it work fluidly. And I believe that's why people ask me how or why or whatever the case, because I think, I could be wrong here, but I think on the large part, people try to design their future and then walk into it. Well, then you're going to know everything that's there, absolutely. For me, heaven is like an ever unfolding reality that is going to change and shift with the way I respond to things. So whatever pops up in front of me, I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so cool. Look at that. Woohoo. I start playing with it and interacting like it's family, friend, familiar, like a kid would be. And that could explain why people really wonder certain questions that I don't ever even think about. It's my own little mystery puzzle I've been working on for many a year. It's philosophy stuff right there. And anybody can be a philosopher. You're a philosopher. If you choose to think about one idea for an expanded amount of time freely without anybody controlling your thoughts, you're a philosopher. Hmm. I'll tell you something though. People messing around with that chemical substance known by DMT, they're really creating worlds they got no idea about. They are walking into an environment which a professional should be doing. And when I say professional, I mean somebody who's fully aware of what their actions are causing, not causing, of who they're working with, life, soul journey, uh, peaceful heart, all of these things. When one does that substance, they're taking everything that they've ever been exposed to in life and they're putting it in a blender. And yes, there is a dimensional consciousness within that reality that people see and interact with in very specific ways, repeatable ways. And it's always nice to have somebody new around. So, on a ET level, on a spirit level, somebody new in the environment is always welcome if they're not here to hurt us. But what they leave with, what they wind up turning into, is a legitimate algorithm of everything brought in: the belief system, the visualizations, the actions, the magical spells that they didn't know they were doing shamanic stuff, but just day to day occurrences, time travel stuff, losing track of time. Hmm. Thinking, oh, I just lost track of time. Time traveling magician, you. So it's very important. It's very important. That's cool. That's a stamp across the board. 1, 2. All right. So, Kathy, this one's for you. We are starting out here. Let me pull this up first. This one is the Knight of Cups, which, if you ask me, look very ladylike, very queenly-like. It says, tracking down the truth. The truth is important to you, and you also demand it. Stick to your own truths and acknowledge that everyone has their own. This next one tells me that you're an actual triple moon goddess. Yeah, I said that. And that's why living your truth is very important. Because it's more powerful than everybody else's lies, their bad actions. Your truth is setting the world free in many aspects. Many that you are aware of, and even more that you're not aware of, like myself. So there's a couple of different aspects of the reading I'm going to read. However, the cards that jumped out, I mean, triple moon goddess, like she's nursing the little kiddo, the king. She's nursing him, she's taking care of him. This at her head, this crown with like a seat, it's known as a throne chair. Those are 3 actual seats, because she knows who she is embodied in the underworld, on earth as human and as a divine being. And those 3 awarenesses together allow fluid communication beyond what people normally have to do to get a message to one and the other. So the Divine Mother is matter itself, and she travels through thought, dark matter, dark energy. Success through a good memory, a fertile imagination, caring, sincerity, good trance ability, kindness, tenderness, messages received through dreams. Pay attention to your dreams. Pay attention to visualizations that pop in your mind. Take note of it physically, mentally, however it is you do you for remembering your stuff. And that would explain why the 3rd card that we pulled for you, Kathy, well, 5 technically, but you know, the other one is from 1 deck, is blank. Because you can design any future you want. You're the creator of your future, of our future. You are a creator. And that future is up to you. You get to do what you want. You put your good, dark, and light together. You want a free copy of my book? I'll send you one. You just gotta shoot me an email. I'll put my email in there. Cetra is a book I wrote, 129 words on love language. Set is the dark. Ra is the light. And the CH is our own chakras, our own chi, our own energy, in which we are able to unify those energies in a quantum application as an actual 3D quantum computing yin yang, in which we can change the future at will. To be aware of it, to be aware of who we are, to make the correct decisions. We can influence the future of events beyond our physical touch. So continue to build and dream and create. Be that knight. I mean, if you ask me, that is a lady. It is the Knight of Cups. But look at it. It's a lady. That's flowing hair, bro. That's this. That's a lady. Ha! I love that kind of stuff lining up. Here's my email. So that was your reading, Kathy. And Michelle, are you still here? Just let me know if you're still here, Michelle, in the comments. Oh, super cool, super cool. All right, Michelle. I don't know if you're here, Michelle, but if you are here, let me know in the chat log. Otherwise, Eric, are you here, Eric? Some people asked, I wrote a list of names earlier of people I was pulling cards for, and so technically kind of went over the time, but you know, that's cool. I'll finish it out. I'll do the other people I got here. But I'm not going to do one for you, James. I'm not going to do that one. I've got, let's see, depending. Maybe we can get to James, depending if others are here. Okay, I'll say it one more time. Last time, Michelle, if you're here, let me know. I'll do a reading for you. Otherwise, Eric, I'm quite positive Abigail's here, but Eric, are you here? James is here. Okay, cool. We'll probably get to you, James. Eric's here. Okay, cool. Jaden Odell, I appreciate that. Very kind of you. All right. All right. Well, I'm gonna start shuffling cards for you, Eric. I'm not from Earth, My body might be from Earth, but my soul is not from Earth. It's from somewhere else. There's a whole bunch of aliens on this world. We just decided to come through a portal known as a woman. And that's why you got some babies who are real happy and just things start going good and stuff. Survive things that other people shouldn't survive. Stuff like that. We just learned what happens when you try to be all public about it, you know what I'm saying? Oh, that was quick. Ah, well, that's cool. My brain for a moment was like, riddles are like mental crossword puzzles. And if you can put a good riddle into somebody's mind, oh, they're going to work on it. You just turned a person into a philosopher. Oh, getting the brain to start, having the heart happy to keep it going. Once you get your peace, don't let nobody take it. And don't you ever give it away either. It could overflow and they can drink what flows from the top. But don't give that shit, don't give that away. Whoa, nice, nice. My life was in turmoil. We all know the world's smallest violin. We lived it. But once I got my peace back, once I got my peace, I stopped letting anybody take it. You could have all the goodness. I'll be happy to protect you, stand up for you, whatever the case. I'm happy to do all that good stuff. But nobody gets my peace. Nobody gets to take it from me. I'm not forfeiting that for any other experience, for any reason. I don't care what it is, who it is, or anything. My peace. So when you gain your peace, don't let anybody take it. And that means that you don't have to fight them. You don't have to engage them. They're stuck in a state of chaos, and you get to be at peace. I think the peace is reward enough. I don't need to be in any cool person's club. I don't need to have no badge of honor. I don't need to tell people what to. I don't need none of that. If I got my peace, hey, I'm happy to have anything that comes along with it. But without my peace of being, my solace, my contentment, I don't want it. I don't want it. Unless we gotta turn into the knight and the protector and we gotta take care of something bad out there, you know. Yeah. But even then, we're going to love it. We're just going to surround it and we're going to hug it. And it's going to bite and lash out. And I'm going to be like, it's okay. You can't hurt me. And I'll be like, yes, I can. I kill everything. And I'm going to be like, not me. My mom cast the spell on me. And it's called re-raise. A lot of people call it resurrection. But it just doesn't matter. I keep coming back. And that's for you too. I got that book somewhere. There it is. So this one is for you, Eric. Milton. Yes, it is more peaceful to be shirtless. I like being shirtless. I wouldn't be wearing this right now, but I'm wearing this just to be a little proper. The less clothes, the better, in my opinion. Gee willikers, everybody got something wrong with themselves. Don't just know how to be. Oh man, I don't even know the name of it. I was trying to think of a memory. Anyways, on to you, Eric. Switching to Eric. We've got, starting out, we've got the King of Wands. Which is bringing out responsibility, slows down impatience. Important undertaking require caution and time. Important undertakings require caution and time. Security and order. Planning and a sure target. Curb your fire for speed. Pretty clear enough there. On the next two cards, we have Tahuti and Sakar. Essentially, Tahuti over here is divine wisdom, proper guidance, that oracle that holds the written the Akashic records himself. And then we have Sakar. And Sakar is essentially the ability to plan. Faith, faith, optimism, and wise counsel are obstructed by the lack of self-knowledge or the failure to live according to it. Self-knowledge, knowledge of the self. I see this every single day. It's something that's just a part of life. But I've observed in my past that people are often, you should do this, you should do that. Why are you like that? It's always a you. They have the iPhone, but everything's about you. To understand one's own cycles and patterns, to know when we're about to explode with temperance, all of it. When we know oneself, I'll give a direct relation, and if I know that I'm going through a cycle which is going to cause me to rah and be a mean person, then I'm going to remove myself from any environment and person for the duration of that time. They could hate me afterwards. I can't explain it to them. I can't make sense of it. But you know what, bro? While I'm out for a bit, I'll catch up with you later down the road. And to know my own cycles allows me to be able to govern my environment. And I'm going to start to recognize that other people, they got the same cycles I got. They don't even know it. And well, that's a whole process. That's where it all starts. All right. Now, for this particular guy, for Tahuti, aka Thoth on the Greek version, but for Tahuti, in receiving this reading, you must stop on your forward movement to achieve your goal and meditate on the basis of your decision to undertake the present actions or project. The meditation that is required at this level is based on the ability to, as we mentioned earlier, stilling or stopping the thinking process, which is always based on the manipulation of symbols standing in for the actual reality as far as looking at the world. Now, we must get all those symbols out of the way in order to see directly into reality. Implicit is the fact that you're in danger of undertaking an action that will create a problem somewhere while solving a specific problem or achieving a specific goal elsewhere. And that is really bringing implicit, as I make mention regularly of this because it is true, going back to the oracle systems and everything I've learned everywhere, is being able to intuit the information through the heart. This is huge, and to be able to make that connection and to make it and to allow it to last is being able to train the mind to stop thinking when you say, hey, time to stop thinking, time to start feeling. And that's going to allow you to, that's your source of good judgment, that's your source of good decision making, in which your faith, your beliefs, your body starts following your heart, which is connected. I got one more on here, guy. And then Sakad is this guy here. Now, the last card saying stop on your forward movement to recalibrate, right? And this one is saying the exact same thing. Stopping on the forward movement to achieve your goal and meditate on the objective in order to intuit the structure that governs what you're actually doing. And thus come up with a viable plan, a viable plan. So there's a double stamp on that reality. For me, when I've gotten those cards in my past, they have it was very I was heading in the wrong direction. And I've noticed in my life that before the cards, especially before understanding the cards, man, life would slam a stop on me because I wasn't supposed to keep going in that direction. Something would be stolen from me. I would lose something. I would get kicked out of the house, whatever the case. Or asked to leave. I'm just never kicked out. But anyways, um, technical. And, and, was very important for me to stop and to look at what's going on and change my direction of where I was heading, because my idea was not where I should be moving towards. The next one is entitled The Dazzling Light, number 19. Under a radiant sun, a young man and a young girl hold each other by the hand within a circle of flowers. This arcane symbolizes love, which brings with it happiness. The sign within the sun above the couple is the symbol of universal generation. This arcane 19, the dazzling light, means that you will be happy and no one shall take your happiness from you. If you only keep it within the limits of the home and the sanctuary of your heart. It's 3 different decks. And Abigail, are you still here? I said it's your birthday today, so we definitely gonna do one for you if you're here, Abigail. Super welcome, Eric. Thank you, Even Clark. Look, I said if I ever had a club, if I had ever anything like, if I ever did, I'm not saying this is a club, if I ever did something like that, we would be the rejects of the rejects. That's what our group would be. The rejects of the rejects. That's so. Thank you, bro, for seeing the real image. That's something I believe something I've been doing for a while. Because if you're a reject from the rejects, well, then you ain't got no place in the world. You ain't gonna go fuck with the world. Guess what? All them holy books, they said, don't fuck with the world. You go do your own thing, bruh. Oh, just like those old good old scriptures say, let the wheat and the weeds grow together. When they are at full maturity, we will see the difference and we will be able to make the right call. Shut up. I love everybody. Everybody's got to live. No, it can't happen that way. It could. I'm trying. That's what I'd like to see happen. But, not everybody wants happy, joy. This is me to their roar. Yes, Abigail's here. Great, wonderful. I'm going to start shuffling the cards shortly, Abigail, for you. Okay, so this is what I learned to do with the bully or trolls. That's what we're calling them. Trolls. I'll go with what other people are saying. I don't mind. We'll flow. I can shift. The trolls of life. I'm gonna share just what I do, and I've done it with other people quite directly, and it had, when I say instantaneous, within 7 days it had a legit solid effect. For myself, I've just developed this over the years. Okay. So, essentially, everything in existence absorbs energy to live. Doesn't matter what kind of energy, it needs that energy to live. Okay, I understand this, like we get vitamin D from the sun without, just goes into our skin. We all need energy to keep moving and living. We're all souls within bodies, spirits walking around with flesh. Magical days. And I started tapping into divine energy, love, joy, happiness, goodness, yumminess, childness, playfulness, all of that. And that became my constant energy. And I've gotten, if you've been watching, and there's plenty of videos you could watch and get anyways, um, but I've got plenty of energy on a regular basis that I transmute into positive energy. I do this every day of my life with my own energy. I transmute a tumultuous past. My daughter's passed away 3 years ago. My mother's my best friend. She passed away. My whole life crashed. Blah, 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 blah. I transmute that energy every day into goodness and love and happiness, to where it's shining like a golden apple and running like liquid gold if it could be tasted in deliciousness. And then I notice somebody wants it. The troll wants my energy. So then I go full blast on the spigot. I completely open the valve. That troll, that individual, they're used to bad energy only, if any energy at all. They're not used to love. If you change up somebody's diet, you're going to fuck with their whole system. Their whole body's going to be thrown out of whack. So they literally get sick from divine energy because they drink and they drink and they're like, oh, I'm winning now. Go on, drown in it. You can't take it. You're literally going to reject it because you haven't done anything with your chakra system to actually process this, so it's actually going to hurt you. At first, it's like yummy, like some ice cream, but if you were forced to eat a gallon of ice cream and that was within the contents of a single spoonful, they gonna get fucked up. They not gonna want to fuck with me no more. And I've had massive success like that over and over and over and over and over and over. Some Bruce Lee shit. And so I share those kind of tactics, those kind of abilities, those kind of insights at their real core fucking level every single day. There's just plenty of me to remember. I just need the right trigger. I need the correct person to poke or prod, and for me to see where they're actually stuck, the cage that they're stuck in. And I'm like, ooh, I know how to get out of that one. See? I don't have a disposition to react with an attack. I have a disposition to heal. I'm a medic. A seer, scholar, not by any college levels. I got my GED, but fuck on doing anything else. I can read a book and digest it, live it, and do more than some teacher can teach me. I can put my own questions together. Shit. I know how to process information. Thank you. I'll say it. At least that's one thing I do thank the Jehovah's Witnesses and my mom and my dad for, and like things they enforced on me at a young age. On the positive side of that is because it taught me how to crack open 20 books on the ground, literally, and have them all open and get some information from that, get some information from that, compare, see what's the difference. Those little picture books we used to love. Oh, I forget the name. You put it in the log if you remember, but I have the picture and you got to pick out the little objects or the items that are there, that the wrong ones that don't match the other picture, whatnot. And that's what we do in life. That's what we do as a scholar, as an individual who's seeking philosophy to learn, to grow. Where are the differences? Okay, it said that the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. didn't have any numbers, but I could tell there was a process missing over here. So I read this other book and it missed 1 and 3 and 7 and 9, but it has fucking 8 in it. I fucking put the shit together. Now I got a complete 1 through 9. I know what I'm working with. And in that capacity, one is able to outgrow opposition, outgrow something that is below them. When you grow up beyond it, well, now you can conquer it. And these are for you, Abigail. Happy birthday. I don't know if you mentioned how old you were going to be or whatever. You don't have to share that by any means, but whether it be youth, Michelle. You can go back to I'll be live tomorrow. I'll be live tomorrow at 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And within the first hour of being live, that's when I go over the blessings that literally go on continuously for about an hour and a half plus or so. And so in sharing those blessings, literally what you're asking for, yeah, like we can work some magic like that. What is in my heart and screaming at me in my mind right now is that you can choose today. But yesterday, I started more closer to the start, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, yesterday and today's video will be back up. It'll be posted up under Invisible College under that playlist. Though yesterday and today I went over that blessing, and you can literally light a candle in front of you, have a cup of water, just clear glass, plain water, and when I start reading, when I start going over it, just close your eyes, and you're gonna sit there for about an hour. You can see you can fast forward and see just how long it is, but I know it's about an hour and a half or so. And if you sit there with your eyes closed from beginning to end with a candle and a glass of water, it'll stop. What you're going through will stop, and you can do that before I go live tomorrow. Time is not a factor in miracles. Not true. I mean, it's time is a digit. It is only one factor in the equation. Time can be worked around in various structures. But something is yesterday's reading is the one you should listen to if you do. Yesterday's reading would be better, not better, but yesterday's reading. And it's got the date marked in the. Okay, Abigail, we got the cards for you here drawn already. All right, Abigail. Okay, the first one is the 8 of Clubs. And with this one, it says, love may land. Something new, fiery, lustful wants to land in your life. Be open and receptive to both people and ideas. Allow space for surprises in life. That's a nice reality. Ooh. And you have a ancestor. You, Abigail, you have a divine, a legitimate divine uncle. And he's going to start working with you now. Like, you might have noticed some things, you might have not. But especially from henceforth, they're going to be working. You're going to notice synchronicities. You're going to start saying that's weird a lot more often. But I implore you to start recognizing that weird is familiar. That's the sign of your divine uncle. And there's going to be a way for you to draw them close to you, and I'm going to give you that information. I'll type it in the chat log because there's some technical data that I'll type in. All of this stuff is going to allow divine presence in your life. It's going to bring synchronicity, things that they work with, elements they work with. We just have to be present. In any case, like a lot of these things I keep with me, wear with me anyways. I'm going to type it in the chat log here so that you can be able to write it down and not miss what I say. But essentially, red and white, you don't have to like completely dress up in red and white, though. To have something red and something white on the person at all times, anything, accessory, whatever, socks, underwear, anything, is gonna, especially if other people can see it, it's gonna be a lot better for you. And I'm going to include some words and directions in this. And so essentially they can help bring a faster manifestation if you add this in at all in your life. But essentially these are the types of codes that I have found, and they are in sound. When the sound resonates in the body, you have the most brilliant quantum device that you never had to pay $1 for, right within your fingertips and your voice. A lot about not. And there's two different things to ask for. One is spirit driven. So if I want my spirit to grow, then that's the direction I'm moving into. If it's a physical thing on this world, something that physically impacts my life, then it would be on the planetary scale. And there's that information. And And so, Abigail, that information, if you want to use that, is going to be very, very powerful into your life. I'm going to read a little bit extra here. Though a part of this, of here, of Horus, the will is the essence of our divinity. In the same manner that we help children develop by allowing them freedom to act within a circle of limitations, the Supreme Being develops man's divinity by allowing them a certain amount of freedom within a ring pass not. This circle that man cannot pass corresponds to Sakura structural lines that keep the world and its events in place. Outside of these, man has the freedom to choose what they will. But as we have seen, success depends on law and order. As Tahuti and Mahat correspond to the communication of the divine law to our mind, and it not its imposition, we have the freedom to follow or ignore it. This freedom of the will to follow or ignore divine law is the basis of our divinity, and there is no divinity where there is compulsion. I'll point that one out. There is no divinity where there is compulsion. If one is forced and is compelled, is manipulated into doing something, that's not divine action. That's human force. You do not cause a tree to grow by stretching it. You allow a tree to grow by planting its seed, allowing it to sprout, and providing the correct environment for it so that it can mature and become what it is. That's a big one there. The only time that spiritual growth and the transcending of our conditioning takes place is when we live the truth of our free will in the crossroads situations. And a crossroads situation has three characteristics. One, the appearance that we will lose a great deal, whether it be real, imagined, or perceived. This will be opposed to two, the truth which must be followed. And three, the intuition of clever and seemingly convincing rationalizations for not following the truth. Let me just point it plain and simple on the explanation for this. Woman asks man, how do I look? Man says, you don't look good. Woman gets upset. Whoa. Now that man, he had a rationalization in his mind which said, I could lie and everything's going to be hunky-dory, but if I tell the truth, I'm going to lose a great deal, and that's my freaking peace right now because I'm going to get bit into. But the truth that is followed, that's divine, because you were not compelled to follow that truth. You were not, your arm was not twisted to follow that truth. You chose to do that because that was correct, to not leave a false identification of yourself in front of someone else. I am who I am. This is my opinion. If that doesn't jive with you, if you can't take that, I'm not here to argue or fight or say I'm right. I'm not going to school with you. You're not in my class. I didn't make some fucking marriage with you. You don't go into my bed. I don't care to hear all that shit. People lie to avoid a problem, and that's the crossroads that everybody runs from. Therefore they don't grow. So me, throughout my personal life, this is myself I'm throwing in here. Me, for my life, I've ran towards that stuff. I've ran towards everything. Let me take care of it. Let me figure out what the lesson is. Let me share the truth and see if somebody really likes me or doesn't like me. They asked an honest question. I gave a proper answer. I didn't mean anything bad by it. And you want to do things different. In all of those cases, you can imagine how that can go out into that crossroads situation. Can happen anything with anything and anywhere with anyone. And we go through these crossroads, we have these crossroads situations available to us consistently. Now, Hiru, this ally on the spirit side, this divine uncle, the way that he won, okay, the way that he defeated Chaos Set, his own uncle that did wrong, was he followed a wise counsel from Tahuti. He adhered to the laws of Mahat, which is divine law and order, Tahuti and Mahat, and to continue in that way is truly following your heart. It says you're encouraged to go to the oracle or so forth for guidance, and the oracle says your heart, that intuition, that is your guidance, to be able to stop in a moment and be able to be like, let me make another choice on that. Yep, that's the way I'm going to act. Boom, better plan. And being able to follow that heart is really going to get the win. And the last card here is the Warrior of the Sword. And this one's bringing out that you will meet with serious dangers from firearms or other weapons in the hands of declared enemies. You had, shit. Abigail, your fucking life changed. You had people coming at you. I'm not kidding. This is a good thing. This is a good, like, this dude, these two cards, this means spirit ally coming in. This dude, divine uncle, he fucking defeated chaos. He's the divine son reincarnated. The dude, the king, the mofo those stories are rewritten about. He gonna come in and help you. I gave you the codes. I put it down. I told you those are the directions. Those are the words. The sounds of the words. Because you had some great person who was coming after you to take everything from you. They were going to destroy your future as in every aspect. And the divine said, not this fucking one. Not her. Not Abigail. Nope. I'll come in and I'm going to fight this motherfucker. This is how the cards look. This dude was coming and he said, nah. I'm going to fuck that shit up. Don't you worry. You just walk and be happy. You do you. I'm telling you, if you can get ruby or garnet, oh, it's my ring. It's the only ring I got. Pure silver with ruby on there, or garnet, one or the other. I think it's garnet. Could be. I think it's garnet. Anyways, yeah. Real shit. But you ain't got nothing to worry about, because it's not you that's gonna get hit with anything. That energy is going to be dealt with before it ever gets close to you. It was on its way. It ain't going to get close, though. Absolutely, Abigail. We find many paths in life that seem unavoidable until you realize what you learn from it. Absolutely. What we have went over, but happy to get out. For people who are wondering about card readings or tarot or oracle readings, we'll do some tomorrow. We're live every single day, 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. There's my email if you have a question or a comment or something you wanted to say that didn't get through the chat or I didn't read it or whatever the case. Feel free to email me. We'll do some readings tomorrow and some blessings tomorrow. And other than that, have a wonderful day, a wonderful afternoon and everything. Super welcome, Abigail. Super welcome. Super welcome. And Donna De Guay, until we catch you next time, much love and many blessings.